So katoa, welcome back. If you've just walked in all fresh from your holidays, warm welcome. This seems a bit daunting because it's our first council meeting back for the year, and we're straight into big stuff. We're not going to muck around. We're going to get big stuff done. So, last night I was thinking, got to ignite some brain cells here today because it seems a while since I've sat in this chair and chaired a meeting. Anyway, Tama, would you like to tell me? Sorry.
Atamari e kia tātou e huitahi nei, me tō tātou rangatira kutuho no mā te rorohiko nei, e kānu te mihi atu kia tātou katoa e te manu kāhui, e mihi ana kia koe. Ki ngā kaimahi hoki e huitahi nei, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou, e ngā kai kauni hira. E whiriwhiri i ngā kaupapa papai, mo kirikiri roa. Kānui te mihi atu kia koutou. Koutou e hopu ana i ngā kōrero mō ngā nupepa, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou hoki. Nō reira e te atua kaharawa koe nei mātou e hāpai ngā kōrero tuatai i te tāhuhu matapū. Kia tau mai te aroha, te rangi Māori e rongi te eti me te rahi. Kia tau hoki te rā aroha i rongi a ngā wai ono i te pō. Ki te honga ko whetū rangitia ko uri hea e karu pihi atata mō matariki, e moi mai koutou i rote i kariki. Koutou i noho ki tō koutou nei taha o te whānau i ngā rā whakatā, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou nō reira. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
You tell me. Thank you. Good and happy New Year to you as well. I think this is the first time we've seen each other. Thank you. All right, well, that's a good start to the meeting. I just want to quickly acknowledge recent birthday of Maxine. So happy birthday to you for Sunday. Hope you had a fabulous day. And she's done what all good birthday people do, made as a cake, which always seems a bit perverse that you have to make your own cake on your birthday, doesn't it? But, you know. Yeah. All right, thank you. So I have one apology from Kesh. Other than that, so I'll confirm the apology be accepted and Deputy Mayor will second. All in favour? Okay, confirmation of the agenda. We have made some alterations to the agenda to bring the water item closer up, and we apologise about that, but that's around the availability of staff and a bunch of other things, other factors. Outside of that, the agenda is as set out now, and happy to move the agenda with it. Louise will second. All in favour? Carried. A couple of items for confirmation, which we'll move through quite quickly. These are minutes that seem like an eternity ago because they were 12.
Declarations of interest.
Oh yes, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Thank you.
Just on item 12, I will not participate in that discussion as I'm a DLC member and currently hearing a couple of applications that I've yet to make decisions on.
Well, thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. So we'll accept Ewan's conflict of interest or declaration of interest in that matter. Do we have to move it? No. Okay. So we're into the confirmation of the open. We're going to public. We're not confirming minutes. We're going. See, I told you I'm so rusty. We are going to have public forum, of course, and we're pleased to have a number of the public here to talk with us today. You have 5 minutes. You don't have to use all of the 5 minutes. And if you would like a few questions from elected members, then finish a little bit earlier so we can ask a few pertinent questions, going in the order that we received them. So this morning we have Maureen, who has come to talk to us. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning, everybody.
And Maureen has come to talk to us about the Heafy Terrace crossing.
Yeah. So thank you for this opportunity. I live on Heafy Terrace, the corner of Heafy and Stanley, and the proposal is to put a controlled pedestrian crossing right outside my house. Next slide. I object to this for two reasons. One is I don't think the location is right. From either direction, people would actually have to detour to use the pedestrian crossing, and in my experience and number of near misses, they won't. And then the second is the impact on my property and the way I use my property. Next slide. I've got a Japanese quote, "The path is made by walking." The Japanese have a philosophy where they don't put paths in on recently constructed. They wait and see where people walk, and then they put the paths in. And like you, I absolutely do not want anybody injured or killed on Heafy Terrace because there's no crossing. Living where I do, I have been first responder at a few incidences. I don't want that for anybody. So next, and the other thing is that it does involve the removal of a car park. In my view, that's a very valuable car park. It's the closest car park to the mosque next door to me, and a lot of elderly and infirm people use it to actually go to the mosque. I've been watching traffic, which has been incredibly difficult over the last 8 weeks because there's been roadworks and Heafy Terrace has been blocked off. So these photos are from last Friday and the previous Friday. The traffic flows out of the mosque. It's got 2 gates. It either comes on the gate closest to me and they move down Heafy Terrace. The other one, they move across, they cross straight across Heafy Terrace and either go across to Boundary Road, but a lot of the traffic is up and down Boundary Road. You've got the Migrant Centre, which is a focus. So I just don't think those people will come back to a crossing that is not close to the roundabout. And there's better photos in my submission if you want to see them. Next step, next slide. And then there, of course, is the impact on my property. I know I'm only one person. I live on my own. At some point, probably in the reasonably near future, I will downsize. And I hope a lovely family gets the house. But the impact on my property is there's already considerable noise impact from the road. You know, the sirens of police cars, the traffic, the talking. I can hear voices from people talking across the road in the park. I strongly object to the removal of the tree. It's a beautiful tree. I know it's not a protected one, but, you know, Hamilton is a treed city. To take out a tree, I just don't think is the right thing. I already have a lot of issue with litter. So I regularly do a round of my garden and pick up beer bottles, cans, KFC wrappers that have been tossed across my fence. And then, of course, I'm worried about impact on my property value. I may stay in the house, but I may also want to downsize in the near future. And property prices are already taking a dive, so I don't know that having a pedestrian crossing right outside certainly wouldn't enhance the value. Next slide. And there I've tried to give you a visual of the way I live. So all my living areas are on the Heafy Terrace side. So from my dining room, I've got a deck, I've got an upper deck, I've got my office workspace on the upper floor, and below that I have got a little unit that's got a living room. It's 5 meters from my house to the fence, and then the street lights are right there. Next slide. So there I've tried to give you a picture of 2 of your staff very kindly stood there pretending to be the signals. The proximity is right outside my office window. I'm on the upper story, sound travels up. I already get a lot of noise, so I am concerned, particularly about the beeping. Next slide. And just that's a photo of my workspace. So I'm an accountant and an artist, and I work up there a good 8 hours a day. Next slide, and I think that's it. So thank you for the opportunity and happy to take any questions.
We haven't really got time for questions at this point in time. We've done the full 5 minutes, and we've got such a big day. But the slides were excellent and so well set out. And of course, we'll be discussing the item a bit later. I'm sorry if because it's been moved a little bit later. Maybe if you're staying around, come back and listen, or listen online to the discussion at that point. But we know where to find you, and that was very, very good presentation. I actually thought you'd used AI on those last couple with the workers. Oh, you had, excellent. It was very creative. Oh, it's very good. It's very good. Thank you so much. Peter Boss. And this is because of the rules we're not consulting on the annual plan. So this is on the long-term plan, annual plan.
Thank you. Good morning. Living Streets Kirikura, first priority and most urgent needed project is to have traffic lights reinstated at the intersection Heafy Terrace Boundary Road as it was in the 1990s. Oh, sorry, do you have the my email images to look at, to cross-reference? Yes, yes. There's pictures that go with this. It has been circulated. Thank you. We support having a safe crossing on Heafy Terrace to enable people travelling between Claudelands Park and the mosque safely. The proposed crossing on page 22 of the agenda looks similar to what was on Discovery Drive before the raised platform was added. Can a staff member remind us why the raised platform was added to Discovery Drive crossing? We know where people cross roads. We can see this on the Normandy Ave Halper Road where the crossing is some distance from the roundabout. Again, there's an image. We can also have desire line mapping done to show where people cross. I believe staff have mapped this at the Heafy Boundary Road intersection. We live in a city. Traffic jams are normal. No matter how large the Boundary Road Heafy Terrace intersection is, car traffic will be gridlocked as it is now. Again, this is a photo, and more often in the future. Living Streets Kirikura asks that the traffic lights be reinstated at the intersection of Heafy Terrace Boundary Road as it was in the 1990s, so that pedestrians can move across safely when traffic volumes are low and fast, and pedestrians are not blocked when car traffic is gridlocked, as the photo shows. Thank you. There's a second page, and that's just images from past annual long-term plans showing when you that you have in the past have budgeted to reinstate traffic lights at Heafy Terrace Boundary Road, and the intention was to do that in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a minute for questions, but we are going to discuss all this in full. So thank you so much. Now I have Sergeant Jim Kernahan, please. Good morning. So you're speaking on the local area.
Speaking to try and encourage the council to go through the process of starting the LAP again. I've provided a very short presentation. We know that alcohol's a problem in the community. It's obvious. The stats I've given here are for the citywide. It is based on both the time of the week and during the day. So the first one shows we have two systems effectively, incidents that we attend physically and ones that are reported to us we don't actually attend because people hang up, we don't have available staff, whatever the case may be. There is by time of the week, and you can see that Saturday is our highest demand. This is over a 5-year period for the Hamilton City wide area. The next slide will show during the day. So this is as the day goes by, and you can see that it peaks on Sunday morning, which would be typical because that's generally the nighttime economy impact on it. But of interest is the earlier on in the evening is when we tend to have a lot of our family harm incidents. The alcohol-related harm is linked to these through the probability that alcohol is involved. We record if alcohol is involved in a family harm incident. The operators who take the calls will record it as part of their information as part of it. As you can see, it increases as the day goes on. So our argument with the LAP, if the committee or the council is to start that process again, is to predominantly focus on off licences. I don't have the stats for the sales of alcohol from off licences, but we know through the information and research that the majority of alcohol is sold through off licences, not on licences. And that's where the focus is. I believe the council should go in that respect. I know from my experience, and I've been doing the alcohol licensing for quite a while, some councillors will recognise me from having done it for quite a while. The comment I get from licensees is, we will have whatever hours the council sets, as long as everybody has it. What they don't want is, well, you can have till 8 o'clock at night to sell alcohol, and the guy down the road has till 10 o'clock, and they don't like that. Most of them will say, we're quite happy to shut at 8, because they know by experience that after 8 o'clock, the people coming in to buy alcohol in general are probably, they could quite happily do without, i.e. they've already been influenced by alcohol and they're looking for top-ups. And then that becomes a risk for us in the family violence world and other disorder, etc., because they've already got alcohol on board, their inhibitions are reduced, and we have harm. And it costs us a lot of time. So I would encourage the council to review and start the LAP process again. It has been successful in places. We know Auckland has done all the expensive legwork and got quite good results, which would make it a lot easier for this council to deal with. The previous attempt to try and get the LAP was stifled predominantly by the supermarket businesses, but we've got the lessons learned in Auckland which will help this council.
Excellent, thank you very much. It was very helpful to have you here, and we do have time for some questions. Do I see, no? No questions? Straightforward, oh, there is one now. Oh, go Emma.
Just a quick question. You mentioned about the bottle store owners. Are they themselves seeing safety concerns in those after hours as well? Is there a concern there too?
Those stats I don't have, but yes, they do. We know that a lot of our ram raids and even robberies, I mean, ram raids are often while the store's closed, but robberies we know are occurring later in the evenings. I don't have those stats available, but yes, that's their risk, is always people coming in when they know we're busy and they can target those places at those times. Yes, they are aware of it. There's an awful lot, I believe, that's not reported, because they deal with the undesirable person and the language and the behaviour, and they manage to get them out of the store, or they just simply sell to get them out of the store to save themselves being put at risk. So there's an awful lot, I suspect, of unreported problems. I've been into some of the bottle stores and doing my inspections in uniform, and you can see the behaviours of some people when they walk in. They modify and either walk out or they become very polite. And the licensees have said, oh, it's a change. So, yeah, they are aware of it. But I say and that's why I think they're quite happy to have shortened hours, because they know that period after a certain time at night it's not worth the business.
Thank you. Yeah, just to
Appreciate your perspective and the work that you do across the city. We do appreciate
Thank you,
that. Thank you. We next up have Mike. I'm looking at the right, Kian? Kian, did I say that right? Brilliant. Also speaking on the LAP.
Yeah, Mike Kean for the NPHS, Public Health. Asking for the LAP. So the first thing to realise is that when alcohol is metabolised, the person is exposing themselves to a teratogenic, carcinogenic neurotoxin. Okay? So that's why health's involved. Teratogenic, carcinogenic neurotoxin. Teratogenic is the properties that lead to FASD, carcinogenic, low rate exposure to cancer. Even responsible drinkers get that from your lifelong cumulative dose. And the neurotoxin, it's the initial pleasant buzz of good times, but then as it increases, your brain capacity goes and you make really bad decisions. Okay, so that's why health is involved. So the Second point is that the harm that's caused by the bad decisions, it can be bigger than any one person can clean up by themselves. It just gets too big. So that's why it's beyond a personal responsibility thing, and the community has to be involved in the regulation. So the classic easy example is a drunk driver kills mum, dad and the kids in a car accident. You know, we put them in jail for, you know, manslaughter or whatever, and reality, we should be trying to stop them getting drunk. That's because of the excess harm. The mess is just too big when alcohol goes bad, right? So this is why we want to intervene. And the intervention that we're asking for in this case is a local alcohol plan. This gives the community a systematic approach to how they want to minimise the harm or regulate it in the community, for the community and by the community. And it's even good, has some benefits for the industry because it makes clear what the plan is rather than being a seemingly haphazard decision-making process. So that's the 1, 2, 3 points I want to make.
There's a little bit of time if anybody has any questions, but that was fairly straightforward. Thank you, and we will be discussing this item, and if you can't be here at the time, and understandably people have jobs, that will be live streamed, or you'll be able to pick it up this evening and listen to the debate and conversation at that stage as well. Thank you. Thank you very much everybody who took the time to come in. We do appreciate it when members of the public use up their time to come and talk directly with us, and it does make a difference to what we know and understand, so thank you. We're now going to move into the confirmation of the minutes that I was trying to get out of the way before. So item 5 is the confirmation of council minutes from the 12th of December. I don't think there's anything outstanding in that, is there, Amy? It's just, so I'll move. Anybody else who was there? Second, Angela? All in favour? Aye. Opposed, carried. Item 6 is confirmation of the briefing notes. I'm sure if there's a, yeah. Question, yeah.
Just curious as to whether or not this year we'll be taking attendance for briefings?
That is something that we are trying to investigate how to make that happen.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that hasn't been decided, but it's something that has been raised in terms of a conversation for council, for Amy to look into, and so council can have that conversation about the many workshops that we do attend. All right, excellent. Confirmation of the elected briefing notes. Also move, and Louise, you're second. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Now we move on to my chair's report, and I know there are things of interest in there. Not much probably, but there are some points made. We are actually traversing all of those in the meeting today. So what I'm suggesting is we take it as read. You don't have to, unless there's something absolutely on the tip of your tongue, we don't have to go through it, and we can go on to the business, which will pick up most of this in any case. Excellent. Tim, question?
Mayor Paula, I think it would be appropriate for us to acknowledge you, if we could.
Sure.
Have that opportunity?
Yeah, look, you can. I'm just not encouraging a at-length conversation on this report.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, and I thought Deputy Mayor Angela.
The last one will have valedictorian speeches, and there'll be a nice thing, obviously, then. So I think Mayor Paula just wants to get on with the work for the next few months, don't you?
Yeah, but you're welcome to say something, Tim. I am, as it says, and it does acknowledge my recent decision, and I am, as I say in here, completely focused on so much work that we have to do within the next 8 months, isn't it? But, so, haven't really thought about it, but you have your moment. It's to ask you have a moment to ask a question or say whatever you would like to, Tim.
I understand that point, but I would like to acknowledge the decision you've made to retire and to wish you and Greg and your family all the best for whatever lies ahead. 24 years of service in elected roles in local government is a remarkable record, and I've admired your perseverance and advocacy for many local projects and causes important both to you and to our region over a long period of time. Although we've only overlapped on this council for 1 year, I'm probably one of the very few people here who has known you since before you were first elected to Environment Waikato, as it was then known, and to have engaged regularly with you in the different roles we both have held since we were both slightly less blonde than we are today. Yours often seems to be a thankless job, and there are many demands on your time which often go unnoticed and unappreciated. So today I join, I'm sure, other colleagues in saying thank you for the many sacrifices that you and your family have made, and for your unwavering commitment to Hamilton and the wider region. Could I also quickly echo your acknowledgement of Hamilton's recipients of Royal Honours in the New Year's Honours List. I've had the pleasure of knowing several of the recipients for many years and greatly appreciate all that they have contributed for the betterment of the causes they have served and the people of our region. In particular, I'm delighted that Sir John Gallagher has been knighted. A very large number of prominent local people supported that nomination, and my only regret is that it didn't happen many years ago. John and Glenise have been extraordinarily generous with their time, talents and resources, and it would be impossible to list here details of all of their contributions. Suffice to say that we are all considerably in their debt, and our region has benefited immeasurably from their service and generosity. So congratulations and thank you to all our honours recipients.
Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciated. And I would also just want to note those honours, in particular Sir John Gallagher and his wife Glenise. And you and I and Anna were fortunate enough to go to an event in which a number of the honours citizens were acknowledged, and that was lovely. And to see Sir John there, he was very proud, and he should be very proud of what he has been able to achieve. Without him, our city would be looking quite different, actually. So, yeah, so well done to them. We actually did very well when you look at all those names. I don't want to itemise anyone else, but they are all stunning contributors to this wonderful city of Hamilton. We should be very grateful for them. All right, I've moved, seconded by Deputy Mayor Angela. All in favour? Aye. Okay, so we're now going to water, local water done well, aren't we? Mm. And to get it on the table, I'm happy to move the recommendation. There might be a few little bits of feedback, but in general, we've worked this through in about 10 workshops at least. So, yeah, thank you.
Kia ora koutou, great to be with you this morning. The report basically addresses two key things: the draft consultation material and the draft submission on the Local Government Water Services Bill, and I'll just talk to them briefly. The draft consultation material really has been designed to reflect the decisions that you made in December, and the unanimous decision that the Council made as to its preferred option. The consultation that we are pursuing reflects the alternative consultation mechanism in the Local Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Act, which requires that the Council consults on its preferred option and at least one other, and that the at least one other has to be as near as you can to the status quo. So that's what's reflected in the consultation material, and the way that we've approached that really reflects the clear and unanimous decision that you made in December as to your preferred option. The draft submission is our attempt to reflect on a large and complicated bill, several hundred pages long, that amends quite a number of pieces of legislation, as well as creating a new Act of Parliament. And there are two parts: the quite long technical part, which goes blow by blow through quite a number of parts of the bill, and the front end high-level political messages that go with that. If we have not adequately reflected the political messages, then we would expect that today's debate is the opportunity to refine that and amend as necessary the submission. It is a draft. The other thing that I should highlight is we are continuing to work through some of the issues that are in the bill. In the last few days, we have identified a further issue with respect to the development contributions framework through the transition process from council responsibility to a water CCO. That will need to be added to the technical details in the submission once we've got a bit further in terms of understanding the complexity of it and confirmed that our concerns are real and not imaginary. But the resolution that's there subject to final approves the submission subject to final analysis of the technical details, so we're comfortable that we can address that issue within the resolution that's in front of you this morning. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So thank you very much. I'll just acknowledge ahead that this has been one of the most complex pieces of work in a compressed time ever that I've been aware of in my 24 years of politics. It's actually been a really, the government has been working on things at their end, and we've had to respond and react quite quickly to some very, very technical details. I do just want to say thank you very much for getting this draft into this sort of shape for us today. I'll go to questions. Jeff.
Thanks, Paula. Thanks, Peter and Andrew. And I think generally, I think you've done a really good job on both the submission and the other stuff. I've just got a question in regards to our submission. The government wants to introduce national standards for water quality, such as rivers. And in the past, it has talked about, there's been a reference to maximum standards rather than minimum standards. Although I acknowledge that's not what the current terminology. But is there a chance that these new standards could be less rigid and less tough than what we currently have with the treaty settlement regulations?
It's possible, but we really don't know. So until we see the nature of what comes out, it's hard to tell. And yes, they could be more stringent, and they could be less stringent, and its impact on our network will vary accordingly.
Right. And the level of how stringent they are currently, I mean, that has an impact on us in terms of cost and the complexity of engineering and all sorts of things, doesn't it? It's costly to meet those requirements.
Any new or higher standard does require significant investment in terms of how you meet it, yes.
So my question would be, given that that has a downstream effect on communities who have to pay for all that through their rates or whatever, we make a point in the submission that these new national standards are overriding the treaty settlement, and we take a position on it in our submission, supporting Tainui essentially. I guess my question is, isn't it an issue between Tainui and the government, and why are we taking a position on it?
We've included that in there because of the significant nature of the partnership that the Council has with Tainui and the commitments that it has made through the JMAs to joint decision making. Ultimately, it is not the Council's settlement, it's Tainui's settlement, and if that's a response that you are not comfortable with, then today is the day to address that. Many of the words that are used in there to describe, for instance, the awa and the significance of the awa come from the settlement or the related material that the Council has used repeatedly.
Sure. Look, it's not a criticism, and it's not something that I intend to get too revved up about. I just wondered why we didn't take a neutral stance on it, but you've answered it. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Paula.
Thank you, Councillor. I do have a follow-up question on that. So you've got two pieces of law. You've got the incoming law relating to water services, right, through the bill, but you've got an existing piece of law, which is Te Ture Whaimana, or the Waikato River Settlement, right, that is already enshrined and accepted in law through treaty settlement mechanisms. And we know that Te Ture Whaimana is one of the highest standards in the country for the protection of the river, because it was a river settlement. The way I read the report was that what we were saying is, government, be careful, you can't be overriding one piece of already existing law with another. You would need to think about that. Consistency, you can't, they literally couldn't make a piece of law that was inconsistent with that, another piece of law.
Well, I mean,
Or could they?
Parliament frequently changes the law, repeals stuff, introduces new stuff.
But they'd have to do something
the point
with
is,
the settlement then, wouldn't they?
I think the point that we're making is not that they can't do this, but more that what they've provided for in the bill significantly changes the context of the treaty settlement, and that's not something you do lightly, and that's something we're seriously engaging with Tainui is really important, rather than taking a course of action that might be seen to unbundle a treaty settlement. That's not something that you would do lightly.
So the intent, last question, sorry for me, the intent of those paragraphs was to say to the government there could be a potential anomaly in here to be considered. That's how I read it. It wasn't any stronger or weaker than that.
Yes.
But I think we're quite clear, though, in clause 31, that ensuring that the standards are proportionate, practicable, affordable, and the benefits of the new standards exceed the costs of implementing them. So I think that's about to your point, Councillor Jeff, just around the cost issue and the affordability issue. So I think we've made that quite clear.
Just working my way through it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Paula, I wonder if, because my questions are based on the consultation document, do you want to dispose of the submission questions first? I'm happy to wait.
I think that might be useful.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Mine's also on the consultation
Okay.
document.
Okay, so
I'm
let's
happy
just
to go
stick
after
with the
mayor-
submission at
deputy
this
mayor.
point in time. Is
Yeah.
that okay? Do it in
Makes
parts?
sense, yeah.
And then if necessary, we can always do something with the recommendations to take them in parts, Amy. Okay, any more questions on the consultation document? Yes, Louise. Submission.
Mine is on the submission.
Thank you, sorry, my fault. Told you, it's a slow start in the year. I did.
So if the government goes ahead with effectively overriding this settlement, then we have different standards to meet. If a treaty claim is then lodged about overriding these standards, and then if they change for us again in terms of what we have to meet, how messy is that for us to keep maintaining whatever this water quality standard is?
Well, I think simply the nested, if then, you know, it could get very messy. Probably the most important piece is the reference in paragraph 31 that the Chief Executive just took you to. We're talking about very long life assets that are very expensive, and you need a great deal of certainty around the consenting environment in order to make an investment that is going to be able to be used throughout its useful life. So really we need certainty.
And if we were to have a lower standard, apologies for my ifs again, if we were to have a lower standard and be meeting that lower standard, and then a treaty claim went through that we had been meeting a lower standard rather than continuing to meet Te Ture Whaimana, would we then be complicit?
I think the issues really more go to if the council has a valid consent to take water or to discharge into water, it's a valid consent. And a change in standards, it then goes back to it needs to be affordable, practical, real, as well as address the environmental impacts, and it's that balance that is critical for us. It has to be affordable for our communities, and as a council, you have committed to improving the health of the awa.
I'm not sure that answered my question, but it was good.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I also have a question on the submission and later the consultation document. In terms of the submission, Peter and Andrew, I'm just interested in the 5-year transition period. We've been informed now that we'd have to be phasing out the capital value charges over that time, but it will also take around 5 years to get water meters in. Do we end up, is it still workable in terms of avoiding some of the undesirable outcomes, if we're having to move to a fixed charge over that time, where, lower value properties end up paying a lot more than they would under capital value?
The analysis that we've done suggests that we can make that work, as is proposed in the bill. There's quite some significant flexibility, but also some clarity that we're looking for in the technical submission. There's two parts of the bill as introduced that needs to be an and, not an or, in order for it to work. So that's quite a key part of the technical submission. But in terms of the overall impact, yes, we believe we can make that work, but the introduction of water meters is going to need to proceed at pace in order to fit within the 5-year transition window.
Thank you.
No, we might then move to the submission document. I'm holding off voting on the consultation document. I'm holding off voting on the submission. But if you have, as a result of the questions that we've had or the report, have any proposed tweaks, amendments, changes, then the sooner that you could get those to us, the better. Otherwise, we're going to have a bit of a muddle at the end where we try and catch, everything in the net. So just let you think about that while we're going through the next part, which is now the consultation document. Angela, you're first.
Thank you. I have some questions based around the tone of the document in regards to the perception of options for the public, and I just want to tease that out a little bit through my questions. I think I'm going to support it, but I think the story is clear on the preferred option. But are we able to consult only on the preferred option rather than adding in a second option that we know is simply not viable?
No, the Preliminary Arrangements Act requires that the council must consult on at least 2 options, one of which must be the status quo or near status quo.
So the public then could legitimately, let's say overwhelmingly, support the status quo, then that comes back to a council decision. What would happen then?
Well, at the end of the day, when council makes a decision, you need to weigh up all of the factors, including the views of the public, but you will need to make a decision based on the way that you balance their feedback against all of the other evidence.
Even though in the consultation document there are words and language that if I was a member of the public, quite rightly say, this option is just not viable. So are we being... Okay, what would happen if we just went out with our preferred option and said to the public, here is our preferred option, we've looked at a whole lot of others, because goodness, I don't know how many we started with, a couple of dozen or something. We want your feedback to help shape the preferred option. we just not do that under legislation, under the law?
So the legislation requires that in addition to the high-level consultation material that you've seen here, the council makes publicly available quite a lot of other detailed information relating to both of the options, including the full financials and so on. So that goes to the business case that you considered in December and a range of other things. So the full suite of engagement with the public needs to be a lot more specific than help us design the preferred option. It needs to be a clearly well-defined and articulated option with the financials that go with it.
So well-articulated and clear option, meaning both of the options should be?
Both of the options need to provide all of that information. So what will sit behind this consultation material, which is the public-facing, widely distributed summary level, is quite a lot of detailed information on the council's website that relates to both of the options and all of the detail that is required to be made publicly available in the Preliminary Arrangements Act.
Aren't we really, though, just giving the illusion of choice? Given we've used words in the document like the second option is an option, but the second option stymies the city. Isn't that really an illusion of choice? And I know council always goes out with a preferred option, but there is always, do you know what I'm saying? That I'm concerned about some of the language of the status quo option and whether it's just an illusion.
Well, all of the analysis in the business case quite clearly differentiates the status quo option from the preferred option of the joint CCO with Waikato District. And I don't think there is anything in the consultation material that is factually incorrect, and the distinction between the options reflects the reality that the council considered in December.
Yeah, I know all of that, and I agree with all of that. But from a public perspective, reading the option stymies, here's your second option, but I just wonder if there's not perhaps a few tweaks we can do to legitimise that as a choice, if that is actually the case.
Deputy Mayor, makes a really good point. We did, however, have that requirement by law to kind of tell us what you're already doing and how you might fiddle with that to make it okay, plus give us your other options. So they kind of put us in this position.
Oh, absolutely.
But what do we do about it? Because theoretically, Hamilton can come back and say, we want you to continue in-house with the other option, which is one that Angela's talking about, which is we know will not meet the economic and quality standards in the long term that the government requires, but they could come back in overwhelming number and say, nothing's broken, don't fix it. What happens in those instances? So maybe there is some work in the wording around that to make that more clear. Is that's what you're suggesting?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I understand the government is, my preferred option would be just go out with the preferred option, actually. I just don't want our public to look at this and think, well, this is just an illusion, you've made up your mind anyway, why ask me for feedback, which we hear, right? So maybe there's some...
Yeah, can we think about that?
Well, I mean, certainly if there are changes that the council would like to see to the consultation material, now is the time to work our way through that. And I have a great deal of sympathy for the position that the Deputy Mayor has highlighted. But underneath it all, the status quo option is significantly inferior to the council's preferred option by all of the analysis that we've done.
I know that the people that worked on this document, including Councillor Hutt, have done an exceptional job, perhaps to satisfy my concerns and perhaps the public. Maybe it's just putting the fact that we have to, and we have mentioned it in there, and I'm not going to wordsmith that and waste people's time today, but maybe we need to just raise that profile that the government is making us
Well, the government requires us to
Well,
set
whatever the
out
words are, I
whatever it
won't
is.
wordsmith it,
Perhaps
yeah.
we can just
I don't-
tighten that bit
Just
further
a little
up
bit
in the
more.
option. That sounds like a
And I'll
good
leave
reason.
the rest of my comments towards the government and debate. Thank you.
We're happy to do that tweak.
Yeah.
My advice would be not to change the wording in option 2, because I think it does have full analysis of whether or not that option is actually going to deliver what we have to
But I
do
think,
legally under other pieces of legislation and for growth as well.
Absolutely,
So
Lance, but I think the preamble, the lead-in could make it quite clear from the very outset. This option is provided under requirement of the government to demonstrate, you know, and that sort of thing. I think that would go there. And I know that a couple of the councillors have been doing a really good job, especially Louise, in leaning into some of the communications, given your comms background. So we can do that. It will be a minor amendment at the end of the day. So, Sarah. Oh, sorry, Ewan. Apologies.
Yeah, thanks. My question is in relation to page 5 of the consultation document under the heading, how would a CCO impact you? And in the second paragraph it says, but forming a joint CCO would help lessen the increase, allow the cost to be spread more fairly over a longer period. I'm just wondering, what that doesn't say is that we do know for the first 9 years of the CCO that in fact costs will be slightly higher than the other option, because I recall your detailed presentation at one of the workshops pointing out that the real efficiency, the quantifiable efficiency of improved return or better results don't actually occur in the first 9 years. Is that correct?
So, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so in light of that, I'm just wondering if that sentence doesn't need to make a declaration that in fact for the first 9 years, and so if it does somewhere else, I'll be happy to be, are you saying that that does say that somewhere else in the document?
Is there somebody that picks up that point around when the savings are kicking in?
No, I understand the notion, and we can make that edit to the document as well, alongside the previous edit.
Right, because I think that's really vital, because council, let me phrase the question. In light of the fact that we have to go out with both options, do you agree we have a duty of care to be as transparent with the information in an impartial way?
Which one?
So, yes, we have a duty of care with the information. It needs to be factually correct.
Excellent. And is it factually correct that in the first 9 years of a CCO that there are additional costs and that we will not glean the ultimate economic returns we're looking for until post the 9-year period?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
But in this instance, where we're talking about, I think we've probably conflated in a way that is unhelpful cost for a ratepayer with cost for the entity. And if you, as you recall, all of the options fitted within the same total ratepayer revenue, so the cost to the ratepayer, but the CCO option has, as you've identified, establishment costs and at the beginning and savings beyond the period. So I think that we probably need to tease out in this section more clarity, because the heading is how would it impact you, but actually we're talking about costs for the CCO. So we will need to have a look at that paragraph.
Thank you. And I think that's absolutely vital in a consultation document, and I'll say more about that in the debate.
Sarah.
Commissioner Paula, on page 1 of the consultation document, we say councils are being strongly encouraged to join with neighbours to create scale and drive efficiencies so that over time water services become more affordable and costs are contained. Now, later down on page 5, we do say that regardless of what we do, the cost of delivering water does increase, and the point is that with the CCO, we are looking to contain those increases in costs more. But on that first page, can we make it a little bit clearer that we're talking about water costs being more affordable compared to if we stayed with the status quo, so that we're not accidentally giving the message that water costs will go down?
Yes, we could look at that.
Thank you.
Yes, good points raised. Okay. Any other questions? No. Right, we're going to get to debate. Hang on. I'm going to move it. I think, did I move it already? But if I didn't, I am moving it. And seconding you, and seconding Angela. Thank you. And now we will go into the debate. Just to say, as I noted before, all credit to our staff for working through such complexity in one of the most compressed periods of time since the repeal of the previous water legislation. So many pieces of law have had to be taken into effect. And we're getting to the pointy end now, and the point that the part which actually matters to our ratepayer, our general public, where they get to see and understand how we are responding to government's requirements. And I think it's really important to be as straightforward with them as possible about what we can do, what we can't do, what we are doing or proposing and why we're proposing it, and then finally, what will this mean for them? And I obviously have expressed this concern many times across the journey of our local water done well, is that I fear that people aren't engaging with the topic as much as they need to, given the consequential impacts this has on our remaining business. This is one of the biggest changes to the way local government will run that I've ever faced in my time in politics. It is going to change the way that water services are delivered for people in Hamilton. It is going to therefore change the way that we deal with the rest of our business as a council. And I just want to hammer that home, because I would like as many people in Hamilton to look at the consultation document, to fully understand that consultation document, to reach out and talk with us if they need some questions answered, and to submit on this matter, which will influence their daily lives. So that's all I've got to say at the moment, but I do want to say thank you for the staff. I think the submission is very well done, and I think that the consultation document with the changes that we've suggested will also hit the mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Decision today is about the submission and the consultation document, and as I expressed in my questions in the chamber this morning, I do have a real concern about the process that we are being mandated by central government to carry out. Quite simply, the government's requiring us to go out with multiple options for the future of our water services, but let's be honest, there's only one option, and we've spent the last 18 months with an incredible team of experts working through step by step every single option. We've done the work, we know what's financially viable, and we've identified our preferred approach. So why are we being forced to pretend that there's a real choice when there's not? And that's my concern as a representative of our public. I think it risks damaging public trust, and people will look at this and say, you know, why bother asking for our feedback? You've already made up your mind, and I wouldn't blame them. That's why my preferred approach would be going out with one option and asking for feedback on that, because that's something we could do about. And quite frankly, if central government is serious about transparency, then they should let councils consult on what's actually on the table. And we know that the preferred approach is actually on the table. I think we should be upfront. I think we should just say, here's the best way forward, and here's how you can shape that way forward. That, to me, would be meaningful consultation. And I think, unfortunately, we're missing an opportunity, because even if just 50% of the feedback we get is on the option we know is simply not viable, then that might be a waste of those voices and waste of that feedback and waste of those submitters' time. Thank you.
Good deal of sympathy for what the Deputy Mayor is saying. So we've made an interim decision, and there's good reasons for that decision, which I won't dwell on in too much detail. You know, the need to work regionally to pay for massively expensive water and sewage costs, as well as the fact that the government is clearly pushing us in that direction, you know, even to the extent of giving us extra debt capacity and essentially making the status quo extremely hard, if not impossible. So we've made that decision, so and now we're waiting for submissions, but there is the issue Councillor O'Leary talks about. That I don't really see too many horses in this race. So the point I was making in questioning is really also about being open to the notion of new national river quality, water quality standards, which might actually be less costly to our community. The government is going to introduce new national standards. It's going to take some time. We don't know what they are, but you know, we are saying in our submission it can't cut across the treaty settlement. What I guess I'm saying is if the government did find a way to actually sit down with Tainui and make some changes, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for this community. Waikato has the toughest standards, or among the toughest standards in the country, and hence the biggest costs imposed on its residents, as well as it being an inhibitor to development. And as well as having a relationship with Tainui, we also have a responsibility to our community. For everyone who wants the wonderful, clean, gold-plated standards for the river, there are also people struggling to pay the rates and the cost of this, which we are handing down to them. So I'm just making a point about being open to, if the government did want to bring in new standards, which actually made our life easier in terms of cost, I'm open to that. Thanks.
Councillor Huata.
Mōrena i te whare, thank you to all the submissions today and the people that have come to present in the public for other kaupapa. Firstly, I just want to mihi to you, Peter, and your team and our council members that have done the hard yards to bring this to us today. And especially want to acknowledge the number 4 key message in the submission to what Councillor Taylor talked about, and the continuing commitment to Te Ture Whaimana and the treaty settlement for Waikato Tainui and the Raupatu settlement. Now, to grow, we need water. To develop, we need water. Growth and development is relative. To live, we need water, and to exist, we need water. The cost of life is priceless and immeasurable. We all have families, we all have people that we care for. If we do not put in the resource and the cost today, the cost in the future will be far greater and far higher. Councillor Taylor talked about the high standards that the settlement holds us to, and that is there for a reason. If you are familiar with Te Ture Whaimana and the vision of that document, the vision of Te Ture Whaimana is for a future where a healthy Waikato River sustains abundant life and prosperous communities who, in turn, are all responsible for restoring and protecting the health and well-being of the Waikato River and all it embraces for generations to come, not just for now. We are parents, aunties, uncles, grandmothers, mothers, fathers. It is our responsibility to ensure that our descendants and our tamariki children are able to live and drink clean water. So we need to put in the work now before it gets out of hand. And like Councillor Taylor said, The government is pushing us into a corner where we have to make difficult decisions. Make the right one.
Is there anybody else who would like to debate? Sarah?
Just very quickly wanted to thank staff for the submission and the huge amount of work that's gone into analysing the bill. There's lots in there in the technical recommendations, and hopefully government does listen, because we are at the coalface of this and we bring huge understanding and value to this process. So yeah, I hope they take it on board. I also think it is right that we do raise the concerns around a potential overriding of the treaty settlement. Te Ture Whai Mana, the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, has been at the heart of Plan Change 12, and we based many of our changes to the district plan and peeling back of central government direction on the fact that we have obligations to Te Ture Whai Mana and the treaty settlement. So it's consistent for us to then continue to advocate to uphold that treaty settlement. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you. Yeah, also just want to quickly thank Peter and Andrew and the wider team who've done a fantastic job in bringing us along in their work on our Hamilton's options to comply with what is a rapidly changing compliance environment. And I echo the sentiments of the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Wilson and Thompson that while there is a clear argument for Waikato Hamilton CCO that we must be transparent with the public on what our true options are and how the government requirements are limiting these and shaping our consultation process. So yeah, I guess I just want to support the changes proposed by my colleagues, that where possible in consultation document that we make it abundantly clear what is a true option and when these costs are realised. So I'll be supporting the motion today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. There is a lot in the report I am concerned about, like all of us, and I know in the future there'll be detail that there will be a lot I will disagree with, which makes me reluctant to vote for the motion, but I will do so because we are doing the best we can at the moment. But I will draw attention to one point in the submission document, paragraph 22. There is a huge risk in providing water for housing and urban development to get the balance right. Builders and buyers need to know the land that they buy will actually be serviced adequately. Lack of certainty kills development. But an obligation to service unsuitable development is a cost to the CCO which will be borne by all of us. If central government leaves a lack of clarity, we need to get it right. So I'd like everyone to start thinking about this now. Thanks.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor Paula, I intend to support this today. I do want to highlight, and I think I started to highlight it with some of my questions, that this consultation document just has to be really accurate and it has to be really impartial. And the message it has to say is, in fact, creating a CCO in the first 9 years is going to be slightly more expensive than other options. I believe that, in fact, it will lead to a better outcome, and I believe it will lead to better efficiencies. But they are beliefs, they're not necessarily fact, because we're not 100% sure, but we think that's what's going to happen. I think we just need to be honest with our ratepayers so that they're not under the illusion that the CCO is an immediate panacea to all of the challenges that we're facing. And it certainly needs to ensure that we communicate that they will ultimately be paying for this. I think that needs to be said, and it needs to be said clearly, and I'm sure our staff are going to do that. My final comment is, I have to say again, as someone in local government who truly believes that in local government we really should stick to our lane, is reminded that treaty settlements are between the Crown and the affected parties. And I would just make a comment that if the Crown has agreed to a treaty, principle of law is that you should be bound by that agreement, right? But again, I'm sitting in my local government lane saying that we will ultimately be driven by, and we have to give effect to, whatever comes out of Wellington. And so what we're doing here is being driven by Wellington, sometimes at significant cost to the ratepayer, a cost that our ratepayers are finding hard to swallow.
Councillor Case-Cox.
Yeah, just wanting to thank the staff for a good submission. I think if it wasn't for you and your clever eyes and delving into the detail of the proposed legislation, we would be missing something really critical. So I'm just really thankful for all the work you've done. From what I understand, the national standards that undermine Te Ture Whaimana are sort of tucked in the back of the bill, and it did take some work to sort of figure that out and pull it forward. So I'm just incredibly thankful, and I'm thankful particularly because I think our work is helping us to be good in our kawanatanga space and as treaty partners. So yeah, I'm just really proud of the work and the submission. And I'm also very supportive of what my fellow councillors have said in regards to the consultation document and being really transparent and clear with our community as much as we possibly can. So thank you for the edits that you have suggested today.
Councillor Hutt.
Our current government's really failed at providing us with any certainty when it comes to water. Have you seen that scene in Wallace and Gromit where Gromit's like laying the train track in front of him as fast as he can because he's also on the train? We're Gromit. And that makes the government the evil penguin. But this is so frustrating, and the fact that the government has also put nothing towards helping the country understand these changes and why they're happening is just the icing on the cake. So I hope that our community engages with this issue fully, with the complexity, with the limitations, and with how we're constrained with what our options are and the path that lays ahead. I agree with the Deputy Mayor that I think the way we're required to consult on this is deeply flawed. And I want to acknowledge our staff, because a lot of people thank me, but I want to make sure our staff are acknowledged for making this digestible and understandable, because it's not easy. But in terms of the Water Services Bill, I asked if meeting a lower water quality standard would make us complicit in a breach of the Waikato River Settlement, and I didn't quite get a yes or no on that. And I think we need to be really careful about the lack of certainty in front of us and being put in the middle of a really messy scenario. If we honour the partnership and relationship we have with Waikato Tainui, then why would we support overriding their settlement? If we truly believe that they are mana whenua and that the Waikato awa is a sacred taonga, why would we support overriding their settlement? This is about respecting our partners, about upholding the mana of our relationship and taking up opportunities to uphold te tiriti. The submission is staunch, and I'm actually really proud that our staff felt empowered to put that into words. And I think this is a really positive reflection of our council and our relationship with them.
Any further speakers?
That we take them separately, B and C?
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. We've debated them. In one, I've got a right of reply. I'll just do that in general. That's all right, that's all right. It's not going to be very long. I agree with a lot that's been said, actually. The status quo, we've acknowledged all along the status quo is not possible, really. And the status quo with tweaks is inadequate. That's the word, it's inadequate. So we can't really get in behind and support status quo or status quo with tweaks. What we do support is the other option. We know that status quo will not meet the financial or water quality needs or the growth needs of our city, to be honest. We are in this submission, I believe, asking the government the right questions, and I believe in partnership with the government. We must partner with them and be part of talking with them through the crucial issues. And so the conversation that we've had around Te Ture Whaimana sits in that camp, We need to have those conversations with government. We need to make sure they understand everything that's in front of them at the local level so they can avoid any pitfalls along the way. I agree absolutely with the need to be transparent about the costs and transparent in the document. We've never said, actually I have always said, that the future of water services for New Zealand and Waikato and Hamilton will in fact always become bigger because we have a bow wave of infrastructure that is truly eye-watering to address as a nation. And we've got underinvestment over many, many decades to deal with on an old city. So we've always said the cost will be higher, but you're right, Councillor Wilson, we need to be transparent about what that looks like going forward. And Angela is absolutely right too. Let's be honest and transparent in the documents. That's what we've all wanted to achieve. Thank you very much, however, to all the people who've held the pen on this. All of you, and you all know there's many of you, and you're a great team, and being able to put something so complex into everyday language so that our public can have a look at it. I thank you very much for that. And we'll go to the vote for, the first part, which is the consultation document. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded in both instances, and we'll just go to the first bit, which is the council's submission document, and we'll vote on that now.
Just on that, subject to the amendments they're going to make, right?
Oh, yes, you should put that.
Yeah, so
Subject, it was in the original subject to editing.
Is that okay? We tried to capture, and that was for this. Sorry, that was for consultation document, or have I got that wrong?
No, that was for
okay.
So,
sorry.
So what would you like?
What was your view? How do we verify that those changes?
We probably need to put them in subject to final drafting. Do you have the confidence that staff will pick up what we've asked for?
I guess we ultimately.
It could be sent around like some of our other submissions and just finally,
We usually put noting minor amendments, and that picks these up because.
track change.
For approval? Do we not want to go there?
Approval, but
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll put subject to minor edits, and we will still want to see it, staff, right?
Just second.
And that keeps you sort of on your toes to deliver what we've asked. But it's nothing unusual for submissions. We quite often make some adjustments, right? And consultation documents. We're voting on the.
Just for clarity, submission first.
Submission first. We're just doing A and B. We'll go to the vote. Yep. What's happened there?
1 second. Councillor Donovan. The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And we're now going.
Can I ask a question?
Of process, yeah.
On process, sorry.
Yeah.
On our report here, B is the consultation document. Up there, it's the submission.
Yes, I was trying to make that
I
clear.
did say it was on the
edited.
submission. Oh, you
Okay.
voted incorrectly.
Sorry, I tried.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Have you voted in a way you didn't intend to? Because we'll reset
Yeah,
that.
absolutely, that's
because
fine,
of
we'll
the
reset.
Because of the
That's
lack
fine.
of clarity, I'm more than happy to reset.
Sorry, I just edited on the screen.
So,
to
because
try.
yeah, we've been moving between the two conversations, so it's on the submission.
Thank you very much.
Everyone. Sorry, I could have been clearer, I think. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Taylor is dissenting.
Thank you. Now we're on the consultation document. I'm tripping over all these words today.
You need a break.
I've been, a holiday? You need a piece of carrot cake. Hey, Max.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Councillors, we're going to have a short adjournment for a quarter of an hour and then be back because we do have some people waiting for the other items. If you are waiting for the other item, you have got time to go for grab a coffee from the machine. Sorry, stretch your legs. Quarter of an hour.
You said an hour.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you to Maxine for the cake and bit of food for the brain. And thank you to those who've stayed around. We appreciate that. So we're on to the Heafy Terrace location item. Has our speaker gone? Has Maureen gone? Oh, that's a shame. Okay.
Kia ora. Thank you for allowing us to bring this item back again. So you will recall back in October you set us a challenge to find a location for a pedestrian crossing, an at-grade signalised crossing between the roundabout at Boundary Heafy and Stanley Street. We have achieved that, and this report covers that location and the consultation process that we've been through since determining that location. I would also just add, we could only find one location that was workable, so I've sort of stressed that in the report as well. Thank you.
I'm sure there'll be some questions. Are there any questions on that? There is. Councillor Hart.
On page 22, bottom in bold, it says Waka Kotahi recommended some minor changes with their approval. I'm just wondering if you could talk me through what the changes were, and if you want to point to the diagram, I'd be very happy.
Through the chair, there were two minor changes, and they are quite minor. One was on the resident side of the design, that there's a sort of cycle lane facility there on road. They asked us to widen that from 1.5 metres to 1.7, so that was a minor change. And on the Claudelands Park side, they asked us to connect the separated cycle facility that we've already built with a little ramp down to the footpath, which then leads to the crossing. So a little cycle connection there. So very minor stuff.
Cool. And then I just was curious, we're taking out a very lovely tree. Would we put in a new tree somewhere close by? A replacement tree?
We can always look at that with our Parks and Recreation team, and we always take their advice on what we should do.
Cool. That was it.
O'Leary.
Thank you. A few questions. The previous, please correct me if I'm wrong, because it was last year, but the previous council decision, or it is in the report, defined that a location for you to look at should be between the mosque and Stanley Street, and that it should be levelled. How we got funding, which some of us weren't, particularly Councillor Van Osten and myself, weren't sure we would get, so that's great. If, and let me just throw it out there to be cheeky, if it was moved closer back to the mosque, which is where the mosque community wants it and where would also satisfy Ms Crystal, would we still retain the funding, and can it still be a level crossing? First question.
I think we've been through the design process. Closer to the roundabout would require something to slow the traffic down coming off the roundabout. I don't think it could be level. I don't think it would pass a safety audit that close to the roundabout again.
Do we know that though, Martin? Because I remember NZTA sitting here saying we will not get funding for any other location, and yet back then, and yet we got funding. So
I'm just putting my, I mean, it's a question obviously you're being asked and I'm being put on the spot, but I'm putting my traffic safety hat on. You know, yeah, but it's the speed of the traffic coming off the roundabout and the forward visibility of vehicles coming off that roundabout that would be of concern. I don't think I could really answer that question here today, to be honest with you.
Have we looked at the difference to the impact of traffic having to stop on a level crossing where you're proposing it is and where if we did move it closer to the mosque? Is there a difference in impact now that there's no raised safety platform involved? Or would there be a difference?
Oh, there's certainly a difference. The closer you get to the roundabout, the more impact you're going to have with any queuing traffic. It will potentially queue back into that circulating area if you've got a light control facility closer to the roundabout.
That would be the traffic heading south, eh?
That's
on
correct.
the south lanes.
Yes.
Okay. How do we satisfy at the very least Ms. Crystal's loss of her second driveway?
We've satisfied that. Both driveways are still going to be available to Mrs. Crystal.
Are they?
Yes. Yeah, we've designed it in a way that the actual the build-out for the signalised crossing is between the two driveways, and we've run tracking of vehicles in and out the driveway, and it's possible to still use both driveways.
So she won't lose any access whatsoever?
Not at all.
Okay.
No.
I note currently there's a bus stop outside her property, and one of the issues that she raised was noise. I did want to ask this question of her actually, but I have to ask of you. Would there be more noise generated from people walking across a pedestrian crossing as opposed to getting on and off a bus?
It depends how noisy people are. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult one to answer. But what I would say on the noise, and we did talk to Mrs. Crystal about this, was she was concerned about the beeping noises of the button for the crossing when it's activated by a pedestrian.
Yeah.
And we said we can adjust the level of that volume through our system. So, in fact, at night we can turn off that noise completely so it doesn't disturb it beyond a certain point in the evening.
Okay. Final question is, and I'm keen to hear other questions around the table, but just can I have the costs clarified? On page 24, please correct me if I've got this wrong, the report lists a breakdown of costs which come to 545.7 thousand or 545k, but the total project cost says 597, which is NZTA share and HCC share. They don't add up. There's 122.7 discrepancy. Is that not the full list of breakdown of estimated costs for the project? Or have I used my calculator without my glasses? Thank you, Accountant
Sorry,
Wilson.
I'm not sure. Look, at this stage as well, I'd say when these costs were dropped into the report, that was estimated costs. I mean, those costs will be firmed up once we get the detailed design finalised and a schedule of quantities drawn up and then costed. So this is an indication of what we're up for with this project.
Okay, maybe someone can have a look and just report back because it does say it's a I know it says estimated cost, but it says a breakdown, but 122,000 is quite significant.
Yes.
What's that for? Question that remains unclear. I'll let somebody else ask a few questions and then I possibly have one more.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Southgate. Look, two questions. The first one's slightly peripheral, but it would help me if we could answer it. One of our submitter, Peter Boss, referred to how good it would be to have traffic lights out there. Is it not in our plans to, at some point, to put lights in at that intersection as part of the east-west?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's been a desire for a while to actually signalise that area, and it has been looked at in the past.
Okay.
But it's a significant cost to do that.
Yes, yes. So it sits in our plans, but it's not formalised anywhere in our...
No, it's not.
And it would require subsidy and...
Yes.
And all that. Okay, okay, all right. No, okay, because it... Yep, thank you. The other one is just on page 24, where we break down the costs there. $230,000 is allocated for construction plus temporary traffic management. So is that just traffic management? Or what is the construction referred to there?
It's the actual cost of construction
Oh, okay.
and traffic management will be put together.
All right, and how would those two break down? How much would traffic management be of that figure?
At this stage, I don't know until we actually get a costing from a contractor based on the schedule of quantities. So I say these are estimated costs at this stage.
Okay. Thanks, Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. My question was just thank you firstly for all the work that you've done on this to get it back to us in such a short turnaround. Question was just in terms of addressing the loss of that tree and I guess the impact of this on a submitter. Are we doing anything else in terms of, I don't know, assisting with privacy screening or something that would soften the impact of the replacing the tree with a traffic light pole?
As much as I find traffic light poles attractive, unfortunately not. We're not doing anything else to soften that. The boundary fence there is quite high, so and the footpath is quite narrow, so there's limited opportunities to do anything there, to do anything screening wise. And we did talk to Mrs. Crystal about any changes she felt that were needed to her fence, and she said she didn't want to make any changes to that boundary fence when we met her on site.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I was looking at the map when you were talking about that. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I had two questions. Councillor Jeff has effectively asked the first one, which was arising from Peter Boss's submission about when traffic lights might be reinstated at the roundabout. I've heard your answer to that, Martin, that it's still in the plans, but nothing formal, so you can't give a time frame. But can you give an opinion as to whether, if that were to happen, would the pedestrian crossing that we're currently considering become obsolete and perhaps be removed, or do you anticipate that it would still remain where it is?
It's a good question. It'd be hard to determine at this stage until we'd actually figured out a configuration of a set of signals at that intersection. It's something we'd need to consider what the impact would be. You know, if that crossing was being really well used at that location and there was certainly a demand for people using it there, we'd have to consider keeping it in place and then ensuring that the signals at the intersection worked, they configured with the separate pedestrian crossing ones, you know, and you can link them in the system so one doesn't cause a problem from the other.
So traffic lights would include a pedestrian crossing at all 4 points? Or?
Possibly. You don't necessarily need to do it at all 4 legs at a crossroads. You can potentially only do it at 3, but ideally at 4.
Yeah.
But you'd need to do all the modelling and everything like that to understand the impact on the wider network.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't going to touch on that, but yes, you're right.
Why were you not going to touch on that? Because I think that's a critical part of the cost, isn't it? To do the signalised intersection, we have to acquire property.
Yeah, and that's actually raises the cost quite significantly for the whole thing.
I just think it's a critical point in the balancing up of the costs and pros and cons, that's all. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, team. Can I just zero in again on page 24 as everybody else is? Look, if you look at the line, the Waka Kotahi share and the HCC share, in theory, those two combined should equal the cost of the construction. Is that correct?
They should, yes, that's correct.
So I've done it 4 times, and I think this is maybe what the Deputy Mayor was. I've added the design survey all the way through to contingency, and I get 545,700. So can staff explain to me why they can't add?
I think it's a genuine error, to be honest with you, in the report, and I apologise for that.
Okay, so in fact, the actual cost, so, well, that begs the question. Martin, respectfully, what is the cost? Is it a mistake in you've failed to list a cost, or is it simply you've listed all the costs, they are accurate, you've just, the aggregated amount is wrong?
We've listed all the costs as an estimate at this stage, and it's just been, added up slightly wrong.
All right.
Apologies for that.
Well, it's nearly $50,000.
See if that made any difference.
No, I asked that question. Okay, so the math is wrong, and so the actual cost is 545,700. Okay. Yeah, everything here is an estimate. I was just interested respectfully on the accuracy of what was given. Okay, so that's wrong. So we're dealing with 545,700. Okay, thank you. If you look at one of the costs, construction supervision for 25,000, can you explain to me what that is and how it differentiates from construction monitoring?
So construction monitoring is the formal assessment that is done pre and post the work to determine through qualified means that the outcomes that you have been seeking to achieve have been done so, and then that's an official report that gets submitted. Construction supervision is during the actual construction effort. A site foreman is on site and supervising the activities that occur, making sure their health and safety is appropriate, items like that.
Okay, thank you. In the line that you say construction plus temporary traffic management, what is the split?
So Councillor Taylor has asked that, and I don't have that split with me at the moment.
Through the chair to the chief executive, what steps can you take to get us this information while we're debating this issue? Because I need that information before I can make a decision.
Kelly, is there any way we can get that breakdown? Or?
Yes, I can ask the project manager to, it's as we know their estimates, but I can obtain that estimate.
What we'll do is get that corrected as soon as possible. And if at the end of the question time it hasn't been provided, we'll just go on to we'll hold this item over and go to the next item and come back to it, because we can't sit around waiting for the correction.
So it's approximately $70,000 in traffic management costs.
Thank you. I have some questions on the traffic management. Mr. Chief Executive, there's been certainly some direction from the new government about cost efficiencies and mechanisms that organisations need to bring into the cost of traffic management. Can you assure Council that $70,000 for traffic management is a sensible quantum in light of the significant percentage of that overall the entire construction cost?
So we're talking on this item. In relation to this item,
yes.
Does 70,000 seem a reasonable traffic management?
In light of, now what we know is actually a $500,000 expenditure.
Here you
Look, I'm not a traffic expert. I'm going to get Andrew to make a comment. Obviously, there's some work that Waka Kotahi are doing through the previous Transport Minister's instruction to actually look at traffic management costs throughout New Zealand. And obviously there's certain standards that we need to meet, but maybe I can get Andrew or Tanya to just elaborate on that.
I'll pick that one up, Lance. So I just want to give council absolute assurance that we apply a significant amount of scrutiny to traffic management costs in line with the overall current direction throughout the country. Specifically in terms of the new framework NZTA is rolling out, it's a risk-based framework. So it's not a framework where you simply have less traffic management. It's a framework that's based on risk, and this site has a significant amount of traffic through it, and notwithstanding any decisions around traffic management, Hamilton City Council is still the PCBU under in terms of being responsible for anything that should happen on the site. So that's the framework that we sit within, that risk framework. Picking up on Martin's point, this is just an estimate. I can give an assurance that we will put as much scrutiny as we possibly can bring to bear on the traffic management costs to ensure that they are reasonable and proportionate.
Thank you. Final question, if I could, Andrew. In light of the presentation from Maureen Crystal this morning and her reference to significant work that has been currently occurring on Heafy, did staff, knowing that this item was coming up, consider delaying that work to enable us to have done this all at the same time and to have avoided the duplication of traffic management and to have avoided the inconvenience of all the neighbourhood and the cost?
I'd have to say that last time we were in this meeting, I asked the same question, or in one of the workshops, I asked the same question of Robin, because I wondered, there's a significant detour, and she said that traffic work was being managed and done by energy networks. It's to do with energy.
It's a water project and wastewater project, so there's a number of water and wastewater renewals that are occurring at present. So we're doing them all at the same time so that we can minimise the traffic management costs. What goes with that is closing the road, and so we've chosen to do that at a low traffic time, and so that's actually worked really well. There's only a couple of weeks left for that traffic management on Heafy Terrace at the moment. This work for this crossing would go for, I'm going to say 4 to 8 weeks, weather dependent, and the traffic management costs that are included in here, the methodology for construction is keeping the road open the whole time and having reduced speed limit but working around the works that are occurring there. We could reduce the traffic management cost by closing the road, but that's a decision we need to balance with inconvenience for road users, disruption to network, but at the same time the safety of everyone concerned on site.
Through you, Mayor Paula, you still didn't quite answer my question.
Did we consider doing them at the same time?
Correct, and particularly in light of Council's clear direction early on about a coordinated approach to these matters, particularly in light of the $150 million we're going to spend in the CBD and the project that Andrew is working on, ensuring that we have integration. Why aren't we already doing that in this case?
So in the works that are already undertaken at Heafy Terrace, we have already combined together a number of renewals projects as well as a significant wastewater project, which is at Ranfurly Gully. That is a multi-million-dollar project that has been scheduled in for quite a few months. These works are separate and SURF funded, and we could not move them forwards to align with the already planned contractually committed works.
Okay, so just for confirmation, just so I'm clear, the very people who have lived through this most recent disruption will get another 8 weeks of it. Pieces of the road that has been uplifted will be re-uplifted. So there will be...
So no, there is no road uplift that's occurring as part of these works. There's concrete pours, there's island construction, but we're not uplifting new sections of road. And the sections that have been worked on at the moment for water and wastewater renewals have not had entire sections of road rebuilt. They've had trenches and reinstatements on trenches. They're in quite different sections of Heafy Terrace.
Okay, so you're saying that if it had all been done together, are you saying that there would have been no efficiencies?
I'm
Or are
saying
you-
that actually it would be almost impossible to bring this forwards because we've had to change the location of the pedestrian crossing from the original design that was funded by SURF.
It was discussed when Robin was questioned at the previous meeting. That's my recollection.
And the other works that are under current at the moment have been planned for like months, almost a year.
In a different way, Ewan, but in terms of this, because you raise a point, any kind of
Fine.
questions on
No,
that one?
that's it so far.
Councillor Van Ooston.
Just picking up on those last points, you talked about the closure of the road for the works on the waters and the wastewater, and you talked about that being timely. Was there no way to be able to delay that to align with this project in order to be able to diminish those things, or would it have been difficult given the traffic?
So it would have been
at that time of
difficult
year?
with the traffic, and the roading authority that permits us to close roads or put in traffic management permitted the closure of the road in the lowest traffic volume time. If we had kept the area that we've been working in at the moment, if we'd kept that open, we would be looking at months and months of traffic management as opposed to closing it for 2 months. We would have been looking at like not even 5 months of delays. So the inconvenience to the users in that area, I'm not diminishing that whatsoever, but we've chosen to do it in the shortest time frame possible.
And that's a strategy that Waka Kotahi have used elsewhere in the country?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. That helps, that clarification. The other thing that I was interested in was earlier iterations of this had a raised safety platform at Stanley Street. I recall that when we discussed this last time, that element was acceptable to majority of councillors, but I don't see it in this current plan. Am I misremembering?
Are you, sorry, through the chair, are you saying that there was a raised facility at the intersection of Stanley Street?
Yeah, I thought that
there was in an early, like, I think it was in the early optioneering report, you're correct in that. But we took the clear direction from that meeting on the 23rd of October to find a at-grade signalised crossing between Stanley Street and the roundabout. So we stuck within the parameters of what was in the resolution, hence why we've come up with this design, but nothing at the Stanley Street intersection.
So that just may have fallen off. Would there be unreasonable additional costs to put that back in?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
I have
Thank
to be honest.
Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Crystal raised the removal of one car park in her public forum today, noting that it was not used by elderly mosque members. Can you advise, is there a disability car park nearby, or clarify whether the mosque has some parking for their members for people with such needs?
Yeah, through the chair, the mosque car park, which they share with the early childhood centre as well, there is some mobility parks within that off-street car parking area for people to use. Yep.
Okay, they do have disability.
They do have disability parkings. Yeah.
Thank you. And secondly, just looking in the diagram, the pathway in Caudlands Park doesn't currently connect to the proposed crossing. Is there any plans to add this to the design to potentially help?
So the footpath that runs along adjacent to Heafy Terrace links into the crossing. The separated cycle path that we built as part of the SURF program is going to be linked to the crossing via the footpath. So on the project overview, you'll see a little blue link between that separated cycle path and the footpath. That's an additional link that we've put in following comments from NZTA.
Okay, so it would be just along the roadside as opposed to into the park like the old one, the current ones?
Yep, yep.
Thank you.
The Case Cox?
Thank you. If we did close the road between Stanley Street and Boundary Road to get the construction done, how long would we have to close the road for?
I don't have the exact timeframes, but it's the lower end of the 4 to 8 week estimate. So that would also entail us working night shift probably in order to reduce the amount of time. So we haven't, these are all estimates, we haven't exactly costed them out, but they are all methodology changes that we can look at.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
On a similar theme, can we have, so with this particular project, will you consider a road closure to reduce costs? And in terms of traffic would it reduce costs for traffic management and overall costs for construction?
It will, but the roading authority are the ones that approve whether we can do that or not. So we can put forward a methodology, but it may not be adopted or accepted. The methodology at present is keeping the road open and with just reduced speed limits.
Yeah. Will we put that forward though to test that option?
Oh, we can, absolutely. But we don't get to decide whether that's approved or not.
Okay. And more broadly, would it be possible maybe as a staff action to have some information come back to a future report around how we can, I don't know whether we'd need some policy guidance from elected members, but what are the opportunities and potential advantages and disadvantages of using road closures more often to reduce costs for projects, when we're looking at our forward work program.
Yeah, I think you've raised a very valid point, and I can think of two recent examples where we closed roads down to fast-track projects and reduce costs. One was literally just down the road, Heafy, Brookland, Claudelands. When we did up that intersection, we had that closed. That reduced timeframes considerably and reduced costs considerably. And the other location was the Lake Domain sort of area where we changed that intersection by the lake. That was closed for a while. And so, again, I think you've got to pick your sites carefully and understand what the impacts are. It's not a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to ask about the timeliness of these works. I know that we are really constrained in that it needs to be completed under the SURF projects by June this year. And just wanted to know that we will, should we go ahead with this project, fit within those timeframes, including the assessment that needs to happen after it's delivered.
So if council decides today to proceed with the existing design, yes, we can meet those timelines.
And should we decide to go ahead with a potential road closure, would that add any complexity to the project?
No, but it will allow us to complete it within the timelines. We're already planning to complete it by within the SURF timelines, but that's an option for us to speed it up by, say, 2 weeks.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Which brings us to the end of the questions. I'm just going back to, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Somebody second. Councillor Hutt. Okay, we will go to the debate.
Was driven by a good decision made by this council a wee while ago, asking for focus and simply requiring of staff to go back and see if we could actually get the Waka Kotahi funding. And I'm glad we did. And I wonder if some elected members who voted against that now contemplate the fact that if we hadn't been successful that day, it would have come at an additional cost of nearly $423,000 of ratepayer funds that we would have had to have found. I don't apologise today for asking some tough questions of staff, because that's what our job as governors are. And respectfully to staff, I will be your most passionate advocate, but I will also challenge you when you get things wrong. And we didn't get the math right on our report, and that's really bad, because people are already questioning our ability to perform well in this organisation, and we don't do ourselves any service when we can't even add up things. I add to the fact that we were also told by staff that we would not get the funding. It was highly unlikely. And again, it took us pushing it to get the answer, and the answer was, yeah, you can. This is needed. The mosque and those communities around this area do need a safe place to cross. It doesn't need a raised platform. The signal is a better solution. This is the right project. I'm looking forward to staff trying to get some efficiencies on the final cost. And please add the figures correctly.
Councillor McIndoe.
So, Councillor Louise was the seconder. You not wanting to speak? No? Okay. Thank you. This has been a particularly challenging project for all involved, and there have been significant time constraints for staff in preparing and revising options for our consideration. That time pressure will only increase now to ensure the work is completed within a very tight deadline. So I do want to say thank you for all the work that has been done, and in anticipation of that which lies ahead. We've heard Maureen Crystal's concerns this morning, and I thought her presentation was very thoughtful and reasonable. She has valid concerns. I've also seen some criticism that this is another unaffordable council project which is unnecessary at the present time. Respectfully, I disagree with that criticism. We've heard consistent and compelling advocacy from representatives of the mosque and its associated ECE over a long period of time, and we cannot turn a deaf ear to their concerns. That section of Heafy Terrace is a much-used stretch of road close to an extremely busy roundabout, and there's currently no way of compelling motorists to stop to enable people to cross the road to Claudelands Park safely. Many of those people are very little children and the adults who accompany and supervise them. Most of us are worried about the implications for further congestion around the approaches to the roundabout, and I sincerely hope that this proposal will not add to the existing problems and frustration. But this is an important safety issue, and I believe we should approve the recommended solution today. I hope that the roundabout intersection between Heafy and Boundary Road will revert to traffic lights in the foreseeable future. But we've heard today that there's no date for that, and the cost would be significant. So I will be supporting the resolution before us, and I wish the team well in meeting their tight June deadline.
Councillor Hutt.
I've been pretty cynical about this project because I think that we as council and as councillors muck around the community too much. And I think there have been points at which we could have got to even the same position, but much sooner. But I'm relieved that by some miracle, we've been able to work within an immense amount of restraints and time pressure and uncertainty. But I want to take a moment to just reiterate why we're doing this. The mosque was built in the 1990s, and the Muslim community has grown from 15 families to 40,000 people in the Waikato. They've been requesting this for 6 years, and my gripe has always been with how long this is taking for us to get there. whether it's the 600 to 700 people who are at the Friday afternoon prayers, the 5 daily prayer times, the evening and weekend classes, the ECE next door, the settlement centre down the road, the beautiful Magical Bridge playground or Globox Arena. These are all people who deserve to cross the road safely and to not have to wait longer for us to do this. So I want to acknowledge my empathy and sympathy to our staff for how much of a squeeze this has been, and will continue to be a squeeze until we finish this off and someone cuts a ribbon. But it does also mean that this community is going to have a crossing by the end of June. And I think that's an immense win for this community, and I'm extremely thrilled to have gotten to this point, even if it took longer than I liked.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, thank you to our staff for working within very tight timeframes to make this happen. Thank you. I am excited to see this project happen, and I do want to acknowledge Councillor Wilson, whose motion was to push for this to happen faster. And at the time, I had some hesitation there because we were told it couldn't be. We couldn't be sure that we could complete this within the timeframes, but we have, and so yeah, I do want to acknowledge that motion there, and that it does show that. I mean, it won't be all the case all the time, but it does show that sometimes, if we are a little bold, we can make things happen. And I would like to also say, we do need to look at this intersection as a whole at some point. The reality is it's very hard to cross across Boundary Road. We're only solving one little piece of the puzzle. It would probably cost $7 to $8 million to do the whole intersection because of the additional land purchases needed and a lot more time because of the uncertainty around the land purchases. So in the end, I decided I would support this project so that the mosque could have a crossing with some certainty and in a much shorter time frame. But absolutely, this is an awful intersection to get through as a pedestrian or as a cyclist. I made a big noise about it last term, and we actually got it in the LTP to be funded, but then NZTA decided to not co-fund us and told us to go do a study which told us to go and signalise the intersection. Thank you very much, NZTA. You're always a great friend. So here we are. But absolutely, it's something for us to work on for the next, I guess, foreseeable future. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Southgate. Look, I just want to, I wasn't going to speak, but just to, I guess, respond to sort of criticisms of the time taken with this project. I mean, I feel in the last 6 months that has really been because as elected members we've had to actually work backwards to get to a solution that we saw as sensible and practical. If I look back to the September 2024 committee, we were presented with a paired zebra crossing with a raised safety platform, giving priority to pedestrians and cyclists very close to the existing roundabout and restricting traffic to one lane. We were also told that we couldn't have a second option without a raised safety platform because NZTA were unlikely to fund it, and we had no money left in our low-risk, low-cost budget until 2027. We looked for alternatives, and we were kind of told that that was too hard because trees would have to be removed and they couldn't be removed. So it's been a painful journey to come to this point. And so I think that should be remembered. And it seems to me that the pedestrian and cycling issues which staff were trying to remedy at that roundabout will actually be addressed when we get traffic lights, well, to a point anyway, when we get traffic lights at that intersection. And so I'm in no doubt that that is a priority in the next few years, and maybe some other things may need to be pared back in order to make that happen. But you know, this has not been a process that we have enjoyed, and it's not been a deliberate attempt to slow things down. We've actually been picking through to try and find a solution that we feel is sensible and practical, and I think we've got there. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, firstly, just to thank staff for their work on this. I guess I just wanted to highlight my hope, and I'm not quite sure, it'll probably come through our Transport Committee, but the ongoing monitoring of this area once we've put this pedestrian crossing in, because we do know the desire lines are quite different, and I am still concerned that there'll be a lot of crossing in the area that we already know people cross in, and that there is risk to our community in doing that. So I am interested in that ongoing monitoring, and as Peter spoke in the public forum this morning, also looking at whether into the future, if speeds are what they are down Heafy Terrace and there is risk that isn't being well mitigated by the crossing, that we do consider other alterations to the crossing that may improve safety, that we're open to that conversation, because ultimately that's what we want to achieve, is safety. And I also just want to acknowledge, I guess, that this is resourced through the Climate Emergency Response Fund, which is a topic we're looking at later in the agenda, and how important it is to have such funds when we're considering the emissions in our city. So I just want to thank the people and the government that was involved in the Climate Emergency Response Fund, which is enabling this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I also want to thank staff for their work on this project and finding solutions in a restricted timeframe that can satisfy all parties, and also to both the speakers in public forum today, Ms Crystal and Peter Boss, and thank them for their contribution and time. It's obvious there is a clear need for a safe crossing at Heafy Terrace, and the Chamber has been unanimous on this front, and it's been at the forefront of our mind along the entirety of this process. And this motion will deliver a safe crossing option for our Muslim community, our park users, our wider community, but also secures over 400,000 of Waka Kotahi funding, delivers it in a quick time frame, and is a practical solution as an interim to the hopefully eventual traffic lights, which would provide a full scope for the traffic and pedestrians. So I thank elected members for their support and care and attention on this important project, and for staff in working to find a solution today.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I think I will say a few words just to say thank you for everyone sort of putting heads together and working this out and getting a solution which you can never please all of the people, but this is a solution that is much needed from a point of view of public pedestrian safety. As you've seen from some of the photographs, the streams of people that cross there so many times a day in a very busy road, a childcare centre, a mosque. I guess one of the points to make here is that there sometimes comes a legacy with previous urban planning. If you knew there was going to be this much activity on one of the busiest intersections, would it have gone there, or would it have gone somewhere else? No blame attached to that statement, just an observation. It was allowed to go there, it was allowed to expand, it's become a significant use, and with that comes all of the pedestrianism. But as I think Louise might have said it so eloquently, this park is much loved, much used. There's the multicultural, so there's a settlement centre, there's people cycling, walking, biking, playing, there's marketplaces that are on, events all the time, there's the playground. It's not that far up to Claudeland's major event centre, so there's lots of reasons why there needs to be more than one safe place to cross on this major road in Hamilton. And, you know, we've got to put public safety first. So thank you. Another cheeky point is that we had many workshops to work this out, and it does show the value of the workshops for really getting all heads together. Right, we'll go to the vote. Oh, no, we'll go to right reply.
Not required.
Excellent.
Councillor Donovan and Councillor Bidder, are you able to vote on your screens, please? Thank you. The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will carry on with the climate one, and we try and get through climate and temporary road closures before we take a break for lunch, if that's okay. Good morning? No, good afternoon by 2 minutes.
Is it on? Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So today we have our second report on the implementation of our climate future, Te Pai Tāwhiti o Kirikiriroa. So the report highlights some of the significantly off-track measures, and then in attachment we've gone through all the other measures that we're currently monitoring and those that we don't have information on. We have got a range of staff here to help answer the questions, because obviously this strategy is led by our team, but the work delivering against it happens across the whole organisation. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Oh, I've got the right button open. Are there any questions? No? No questions? Yes, there is.
On page 29, it talks about there were several projects that weren't funded in the LTP, and I was wondering if you could just highlight what off-track measures those related to.
So there are a few projects. I'll just touch on the one that's related to around the climate change risk assessment work. So that relates to quite a few of the different measures, and that's about our understanding and ability to then inform the actions we need to take to address the risks, so largely aligned to outcome 3, about being ready to respond to the future climate we will have. And then there are a number really that relate to transport. So Martin, would you be able to just highlight some of the projects that were in the long-term plan proposals that haven't since been funded that would deliver on the transport emissions piece? And Phil just walked in too.
Through the chair, yeah, I mean, the draft LTP had a number of transport-related activities that would help reduce our carbon emissions across the city. I mean, they were around public transport, walking and cycling. But, you know, the LTP was approved subject to funding from NZTA Whakatahi, and you know, subject to the government policy statement on transport coming out, funding for particularly walking and cycling was curtailed. So that's reduced our opportunity to target some of those areas that we had been working on. So yeah, that's really the cut and thrust of the transport stuff, lack of funding from central government.
Transport makes up 64% of our emissions citywide. Not only does it affect the transport emissions decreasing measure, but also the citywide emissions measure not being on track.
And in terms of the failure of the tree canopy measure and nature in the city being deferred for 3 years, although it was initially proposed 4 years, does that impact that as well?
I will have to come back to you on that question to get that information to understand the impact from the team. I wouldn't want to make that statement. If you are interested, we do have the team who've been working on the tree canopy work and have actually got updated data around that reduction and what it looks like.
Yep.
Alex, do you want to talk to that?
Yeah, so I've done the updated tree canopy modelling for 2023. So the first modelling we did was 2019. We had 12.5% tree canopy across the city at that time, and we've now reduced to 11.3%. We're going to dig into more detailed breakdown of those figures, but we have lost canopy across the city, particularly concentrated, it seems, in residential and areas of development, as you might expect. Yeah,
My next question was about the stuff on page 30 around the maturity and disclosure program, looking at what other metrics and targets can be reported on. Will we get a recommendation to either increase funding to measure unmeasured metrics, or will we get a recommendation to change what the metric is to something that's more easily measurable?
At the moment, in our work program, we have to look at that in 2026. We are currently focused on looking around the council emissions metric and wanting to get that really accurate, because that's very important for our disclosure work and making sure we're giving that correct information, and we're doing it in a really robust way. So in 2026, we will start to really look into that in detail and be able to put recommendations forward. We also, going through into the next long-term plan, want to align our measures as much as possible with what's already being measured. So we're not putting more requirements on terms of information that's being measured. The other thing we also do regularly is look to see what other information is available. So we don't need to collect all of the information. So previously we were getting data from Te Waka, obviously not anymore, but looking for other opportunities where others are collecting information that we can use to monitor as well.
And how many updates on the this is a monitoring report, how many of them will we get before 2026 when you've done that work?
So we are aiming to do one for August. So we would like to be bringing these every 6 months, because things are changing and we're getting more data that isn't annual information. So we're wanting to bring as much contemporary information forward for elected members. So there should be 2 before we commence that work.
Okay. So there's 7 measures that have insufficient data, so at least until 2026 they'll probably still stay as
they will, correct.
Insufficient data. Okay, my other question was just for possibly general managers or the CE, but to my knowledge we didn't receive any information on how our LTP decisions would support or hinder the climate strategy being achieved. What needs to change for us to be given that information in advance of the LTP decisions?
There
is a bit that reports against well-being at the bottom of each report. Does that not itemise? No, doesn't.
No. Because the strategies in our terms of reference as a council to make sure that our decisions are in line with the strategy, and so for us to receive no information on how those decisions will impact the strategy, what do we need to do differently to enable that to happen?
Well, I think part of it's Charlotte's program is actually, and she's done it with the exec team, is actually rolling out some training and better knowledge to staff. I mean, consistently, and understanding that we've had, since COVID, quite a turnover in staff as well. So that's underway, and I have to say, the sessions that the exec team had were very, very valuable, and I think the team's done that in a very concise way. Then I think it's about how do we capture that information in a concise way to put into reports. For the LTP, I think then we need just to have a system where we can actually efficiently push that information through. I think this report encapsulates some of the journey we're on around maturity in this area, and we're probably in our infancy rather than our teens, or our mid-20s, or veterans like me. But I think it probably, if I'm honest, it probably will take some time. So there's a training aspect, there's a systems aspect, and then getting consistency and efficiency in that. Otherwise, we could turn ourselves inside out.
In terms of the actual process of knowledgeable staff looking over both staff recommendations, which I'd like to think you've got sort of mulling time, and then also potential elected members' motions from the floor, what needs to change in terms of having staff capacity to actually look over them and look at the strategy itself and go, these maybe don't have much impact, or these are massive impacts and someone needs to go work this out? Is there a team capacity problem?
I think it's probably more of a knowledge and expertise and training opportunity rather than a capacity problem, but we'd probably have to come back and explore. It's a good question. Come back and explore that once we've resolved that first part.
I think that probably is a question that we'll set aside for now, but I think for the LTP, being able to report against active strategies in terms of balancing out what goes in and doesn't go in, we just need to have another think about how that's done in a more seamless way to enable us to go, to have a about something we might have not
But that will go to the whole thing that we probably can all get better on, is prioritisation, and we all know how complex council is and how many outcomes we're trying to achieve. And
yeah, I agree. So I think it's a bigger piece of work. It's a really useful, conversation we can have as councillors offline about that, and what our expectations would be, and what's feasible and achievable.
And also one thing the team do very well is actually look at best practice too. So obviously talking to other local authorities rather than us trying to reinvent the wheel. Is there some best practice out there that we can grab and actually move on from there?
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, my question is to the Chief Executive, and it's, can you, when you reflect on the LTP that we've just gone through, a year or so ago, there were some climate action strategies that management suggested we didn't currently fund. Explain to me again why that was.
I think it goes to what I said before around prioritisation and affordability. So at the end of the day, we've got finite resources and, we're under pressure, and we had a good discussion earlier today just around one of the biggest pressures we're under. So it is about making those really hard decisions. And the one thing I learnt from Charlotte's education of ELT is around CO2 emissions, and managing those and reducing those is an absolute imperative, but then we have to weigh that up with everything else that we do, for our community. So I think we'll always have that challenge.
And from a Chief Executive's point of view in determining that prioritisation, is it your view that the current situation where significant neighbourhoods in the city can't get water connections should always be a priority, as opposed to other important issues, but can they not wait a little bit? I'm just trying to get an understanding of how you determine the prioritisation.
Well, I think Councillor Huata summed it up with something she said earlier around water gives life, and the one thing that we do as a council, and we have responsibilities legally and otherwise, is to look at what we call lifeline type infrastructure or services, and from water and wastewater is an absolute essential for any population. So it doesn't mean to say that then we don't take into account the effects of climate change and delivering those, or doing other things, and to the point before around the canopy and the warming of the city and that sort of thing. So I think that's just the conundrum we have. How do we balance all of this? Because we can't afford to do everything.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. After listening to that carefully, I'm now wondering what my question was. If we go to Councillor Anna, and I'll...
Councillor Casey Cox.
Kia ora, thank you for your report. Just in terms of the Better Off funding, we put a little bit of that into climate and sustainability work. Was there anything in there, I guess, that came through that you feel is a hopeful direction for us in terms of reducing emissions?
So the Better Off funding that we received was towards engagement and education and partnership work, and then also the corporate sustainability projects within council. So there's some really great internal projects that we led that will drive emissions reduction. So looking at the solar panels that went on the library, looking around our fleet and some of the initiatives there, especially around getting more scooters and e-bikes and sort of that micro-mobility, and some good waste projects were also funded through the corporate sustainability part. And then from the broader changes, we also partnered with GoEco around doing engagement with SMEs, so about really driving that emissions reduction through small to medium businesses and community enterprises. And then also we have been doing the climate change education, and I think that will be a really lasting benefit from the Better Off funding. So a group of us internally have been trained up to now deliver Climate Fresk, which is an education program that we will be rolling out internally, so then being able to drive that change, as Lance talked about, around our work, but then also externally with community and other businesses in the city to then help them engage into the work that needs to be done to reduce emissions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can I just say around the money thing, just going from what Charlotte was saying, I can't reiterate enough, the education's really important for people. So because then it's not always about more money, it's about how can we adapt what we're doing at the moment, just even in small ways. And, you know, whether it's Kelly's team doing a big capital project, or it's, you know, some of our parks staff doing certain things, working with the community around tree planting, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there's lots of opportunities where we can partner and be quite innovative. And I know they might seem like small things, but they're quite important as well. And as a council, obviously, you know, we are scrutinised by people.
Firstly, renewals. It does mention renewals here, and just and we've had this conversation recently. I think maybe in another council meeting, or it was the LTP, where it was raised that there was a risk with existing budgets that when we renew something, we might not be able to renew it with something that has a lower emissions profile. For example, renewing a gas boiler with another gas boiler is something we do not want, but are we now in a place where we're certain we're going to avoid that? Is there more work still to be done, and how do we get absolute assurance on that matter?
So we've got two projects that we're looking at the moment that I feel like we'll be in a place in the August monitoring report to be able to say, we're in a good situation on that. So the two projects we're looking at the moment are doing an emissions plan for our council targets. So how are we going to achieve, especially the 2030 target? And that will identify any of those challenges through that process. And the other project we're looking at doing is around looking at the climate change policy and how do we make that a little bit easier for staff to use so that we can also pick up those projects through the policy as well. And both of those are due to be completed by about the end of July. And so we'll be able to bring those to that August report.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, waters and the potential shift to a CCO. Right now I understand that at the back end of the upgrade to Puketi wastewater treatment plant, there is work funded to address biogenic emissions. Is there a way for us to ensure that that work does not drop off the priority list and go into the realm of the Never Never Land? You know, how do we have some sort of confidence around that?
So part of the project I just mentioned before around looking at our emissions, we are looking at how do we look around the waters aspect of it, because they make up such a big part of our emissions profile as council. And if the decision becomes to make it, you know, CCO, how do we then treat those emissions? So that's part of the work we're doing, but I would then maybe look to maybe Andrew or others around how does that get built in the long run? I am not 100% certain.
I mean, that'll have to be a feature of the CCO design and those documents that we look to establish once we have a decision to have a CCO, of course. But you know, that's one example of a number of things, including growth in general, that you want to transfer the obligation to and instruct the entity effectively.
Thank you. So, yeah, can we definitely get an update on that when we get to that point? Cool. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Hutt.
I simply just wanted to say that I'll move this if it hasn't been moved.
Thank you, Emma. Andrew?
Sorry, I'll lose audio from you from time to time. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Couple of questions. The first is, in the citywide emissions, there's a couple of items that are shown as red, but looking at the detail, shown as red because you don't have the data. Would it be fair to staff to show those as grey?
So we had that conversation, and so why we put them as red is because when we did the last lot of modelling to look at how we were going towards our targets, the current projects at that point were putting us on track to about a 16% reduction as opposed to the 30% reduction that we had as a target. We know that a lot of those projects are now not going ahead and a lot of the policies have changed, which when you then remove those from the modelling, it puts at an even greater, lesser reduction, so even more likely that we'll be further away from our 30% reduction. So we think it is important, given there's been such a policy change, to highlight that we are further away from meeting that target.
Okay, and the next one is the tree canopy. So this is compared to 2020. We've had a lot of growth. So you have a percentage for your tree canopy, and as you grow, you're spreading that percentage over the new growth areas, which have a lot of newly planted trees, which are going to grow with decent canopies. Is it fair to staff to put that as red when those trees are actually in place and it's just a matter of time for them to grow, and that there hasn't been significant reduction of the tree canopy in the existing part of the city?
So that I would say that we will look further into the breakdown of the existing canopy, but my instinct from looking at the data visually is that there has been reduction to existing canopy. It's quite evident in established areas of the city, such as Hamilton East and other things, but we haven't got the breakdown of that yet. So there's just a caveat on that. In terms of new trees that have been planted, the model does start at 3 metres, so it doesn't pick that up, but that it'll just show that there's been a reduction in anything that's considered canopy at a point in time, and that's the only way that you can really conduct a model like that. There is certainly other things we could look at in terms of saplings or new trees that have been planted around the city as well. I don't know if...
No, that's probably the key in regards to that is the height model is of 3 metres and above. Those saplings and stuff will come online at a particular point in time, but obviously that takes time for those trees to grow.
And
Thank you.
I was just going to add, so the other piece of work that we've currently got underway as well is looking about hazard and climate change risk work, and so we've got a program we're just setting up which will help to draw in all these bits of information as well to better understand the risk, so that we could sort of, yes, whilst we are planting new trees and things like that are happening, we can actually use all of that together to better understand the risks and prioritise where we're focusing as well and where maybe more trees need to be planted.
So there'll be more analysis to We'll be able to understand the breakdown of it better in future and present that to everyone.
Yeah, just very quickly. In the work you've done, have you had time to analyse the environmental benefits that have stemmed from Plan Change 5 and Plan Change 9, with both the mandatory introductions of back corridors, FSNAs, and a series of new protected trees? You seem to be highlighting on all the negative effects. I'm just wondering if you've seen any improvement to the environment with those things being enshrined.
Yeah, I would say that the analysis that I did was very specific in regards to it's a model, and it's simply looking at how much tree is over a particular height across the city at a given time. So I just did the modelling. I wasn't kind of going into like a biological analysis of benefits of things. Certainly, yeah. So I just simply completed a model across the city to say there's this much tree on this day, this much tree on another day.
Right.
Yeah.
And do you not think it would have been advantageous to have done an analysis of additional protections as a result of SNAs, back corridors, giving longevity of environmental protections under those two plans?
I guess we have to speak to this. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a large question in itself. Like we started this modelling, well, we started looking into this type of modelling sort of 2017 to understand it. In regards to it, working with SNAs and stuff, this modelling has been used in some of those decisions, especially in the new district plan rules and so on as well. But in regards to how that has an ongoing effect of the canopy cover, obviously that's a positive because we can't remove those. But in regards to the actual effects of that, that's probably not really us as the GIS team. We're not experts in that field, so we're experts in kind of the analytics side of things and getting that data, getting what we need out of the data.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps you and Councillor Wilson, I mean, we can, supplementary information in the future, the proportion of the trees in the city subject to SNA, subject to those corridors, that would be useful information, so you would know a percentage of the total canopy that's effectively protected, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good round of questions in actual fact. We've got a mover and a seconder. So we'll go to debate.
Our own inaction on climate change is a strategic risk to this organisation. I didn't decide that. That was decided well before I was even on council. While we don't control all the levers to address climate change, this report highlights our failure as an organisation and as governors to have the information we need to make informed decisions. We have a lot of strategies, we have a lot of bits of paper in this organisation that say really great, wonderful, important things, but not all of them are listed in our terms of reference that our decisions must be aligned with. At this point, we would be ripe to be challenged on our decision-making around this because it's not just our decisions that are inconsistent. We're not even being given the information to make good decisions. And this, to me, is completely unacceptable. I asked for this information multiple times across this LTP and I did not receive it. But as someone who's read our climate strategy and is very familiar with it, I can put two and two together. I know that a climate risk assessment is a critical piece of work for our organisation, but when I hear others around this table say we can't afford it, it makes me question whether we could afford a judicial review of our decisions. Can we afford to continue to make uninformed decisions, kicking the can down the road, not taking the steps we need to take to save lives in this city? And can we continue to be ignorant of what we need to do? No wonder inaction on climate change is a strategic risk for this organisation. But it's not all bad, believe it or not. This is actually an improvement from the 2023 monitoring report, which only had 2 measures on track. And we now have 5. And our maturity as an organisation is improving. So I don't want this to be an entirely negative debate, but I do want to emphasise how deeply unacceptable the status quo has been for us around climate change.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I want to put a slightly different view on this narrative, and I think it's a little churlish to suggest that this council hasn't taken climate action seriously in light of the significant investments that this council has made in recent times, tens of millions of dollars in a number of transport initiatives that were designed to mitigate carbon footprint. I need to highlight again significant investment in Plan Change 5 and Plan Change 9 that enshrines SNAs and tree protected trees. And I think it is naive to say that council doesn't need to prioritise how it spends its resources. And going forward over the next 3 years, I think when you look at the level of prioritisation and the accumulative or aggregated amount of spend in the area of climate, that other areas may need our more immediate focus. We have multiple parts of this city that can't get a water connection. We have got to prioritise our funds into those areas. This whole narrative about the potential of judicial review and what we have failed to do, I mean, in theory, there would be as much argument on the other side of the ledger that many of our community could say, how dare you, council, having failed to invest in sufficient water, storm water, potable water, and the water infrastructure, you have rendered my resource consent for development useless. Now, there's a basis for a judicial review. It's about prioritisation, not necessarily following an ideological track blindly.
Sorry, thank you. I was just wondering if I was going to say anything about that debate, but I won't. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, and thank you to the team for their amazing work in this area. I did read the report and feel overall pretty depressed about the direction of climate emissions in our city and nationally. And I guess, you know, our main emissions come from transport, and we do know that this government is doing very little to help us to reduce emissions in this regard. And that feeds into this report and the negative stats that are there. But yeah, we're not alone. The regional council also has been grappling with that issue in terms of what the government is supporting them to be able to do in the area of public transport. So yeah, overall, it just does read so concerningly. I think this council did make very good commitments to the issue of climate change with our strategy, and it is about following through with it. It is concerning to read about the tree canopy loss, and in particular looking at the areas in the city where tree canopy is so low, like in Fairfield, Enderley and the south of Hamilton. So we've got some work to do, and I agree with Councillor Ewan in that there are some good things that we're doing. The Plan Change 12 with intensification and the green policies within that will help. The work we're doing in nature in the city will help. There are lots of good things that we are doing, but we certainly need to do more, and we certainly, in my opinion, need a government that is far more committed to reducing emissions in the area of transport than they are currently. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you to the staff who have been doing so much work on this to keep us updated on where we're tracking and to keep all these actions in one place. It's important. I think that over the next few years, we should really hone in our focus on the council's emissions. Right now, the government is not being helpful in terms of its lack of climate policy, which makes it really hard for us to be achieving our emissions targets for the city. But what we do have total control over is our organisation's own emissions. So I'm looking forward to seeing the reviewed implementation plan to show us how we will reach those. And I'd also like to see us, I think, focus more in on adaptation, because there are some relatively affordable actions that we can take that both adapt to climate change but also really improve people's amenity and quality of life in the city. So if we think of the areas where there's very little street tree cover, that could help to make those streets more attractive and more pleasant to walk along in the summer and cooler. So another example is the shade at the playgrounds. Most parents who take their kids to the playground appreciate there being some shade. And partner pools, having a better spread of partner pools, but it's not a big cost, but everyone then has access to somewhere to cool down on a hot summer day. Those are basic things that we could do where we think of adaptation and it makes people's quality of life better. So I think that there's big opportunity there. In terms of transport, I think public transport and investing in that would turn the dial the fastest, because you don't need to put in tons of capital investment that takes a long time. It's getting buses on the roads that are frequent so people actually want to take them, and that's something we need to work on with our partners at Regional Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Otherwise I might take a turn at debate. Thank you. Thank you for the report. And I have to say, whenever I read a report like this, my eyes, especially with, traffic light coding, my eyes always go to the red and what are we not doing. And so obviously when I saw that said under citywide emissions, I was very concerned, because we know that citywide emissions, especially from transport, are one of the biggest problems that we face. We've talked a fair bit about trees, and I love that Hamilton is a treed city, and I do support the view that we should continue to plant trees in succession of the older ones and in addition to the older ones, and what we're doing at Waiwhakareke and Peacock, and all of that is trending in the right direction for green cover, which I like. But when I thought about transport, I thought, we've got a lot of work to do there, and we shouldn't neglect that responsibility. There is, at the moment, different views on a range of public transport and alternative modes of transport other than the private vehicle. There's a whole range of views in conversation, but we must have those conversations, not only from the point of view of moving people effectively around a modern city, but from a climate lens point of view. If we don't get that right, we miss the opportunity to reduce emissions. And just in case we we're lacking a reminder of why we might want to start thinking about these things, have you seen California burning recently? So when I turn on the television like that, and I don't mean to be provocative and alarmist in that respect, but every 3 months there is a catastrophe that is directly related by those who know much more than me to climate. And so I do think we need to give due consideration to, I welcome Louisa's suggestion to Lance that we have another look at how we report against this when we're floating up projects or deciding to cut them, so that we can make sure that we get win, win and win. Win for the project, win for the city, win for the climate a little bit more often. Ewan, do you want to write a reply? Or was it you? Louise, you want to write a reply?
Look, there was no reason why I wanted to move this at all. It definitely wasn't for right of reply. Just because we have invested into things does not mean that it was enough. In case you missed it in the report, our goal is a 30% citywide reduction by 2030. This year is 2025. So that gives us 5 years to nearly double what we have achieved. The whole point of these measures is to understand if we've done enough. And we haven't. And it is as plain as day in this report. So if you think the investment we have made has been significant, wait until you see the figure for what we do need to invest to actually achieve it, not to fail the grade. But if you're busy dismissing what we've invested as good enough, you're missing the point that we can't afford the true scale of the action we need to take, which makes the inaction by our government even more infuriating. I often consider how my grandchildren or great-grandchildren would feel about my decisions. Are they going to be watching some archived version of this YouTube live stream in 50, 100 years' time? In a world which has blasted past 1.5 degrees of warming, where extreme weather events are normalised and where their lifestyles are very foreign to what ours are now, would they think that we've done enough? Would they think that we've pushed back on the government and their inaction enough? Would they be proud of the decisions that I've made today? Or would they think we could have done more?
To the vote. Have we got people online? Excellent.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will just quickly get through the temporary road closures because, for goodness sake, I don't think we need to discuss them in huge detail. In fact, I will. So I've moved and Maxine's second, and we think it's all fantastic. Anybody got any questions? Oh, Ewan. All right.
It will not take very long.
That's all right.
Start. My question is, whenever we close roads, can you reassure me those who live on those roads that we close have unfettered access to their property?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
Second question. I have on numerous occasions when it has affected me had security guards tell me, oh no, the road's closed, you can't get to your home.
Oh, that shouldn't be the case, Councillor. They are meant to give you full access to your home.
So could you assure me that you will provide clear instructions to those who implement these road closures to remind them of their legal obligations, that they have to give access to people who live on the street they've just closed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
It's a fair point.
I just have one question. Oh, I don't want to labour this, but
you do though.
It isn't the first time that we've come with less notice than desired to make a decision at this meeting, at meetings like this.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a calendar of regular events and remind people, or is that solely the responsibility of the person applying? Because it strikes me that we could have both.
So we do both, Councillor Maxine. So where we know that these regular events are coming, we do remind people to get their applications in early. It is the responsibility of the event coordinator to get their application in within the prescribed time as well. There are some events outside of our control, such as sometimes we have, Super Rugby games that we hadn't ever planned for, and those are kind of one-off things. For things where we are starting to look at through our fees and charges, a late fee,
yes,
because it requires us to do this process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. We'll go to the vote. Oh, I'm trying.
Robin's not here.
Tell us your really excellent question.
It's a very quick question, and in light of Councillor Ewan's question and your reply, Tanya, do residents have to provide proof of their address, or is their answer taken on trust?
I would say it's taken on trust, Councillor. Yes.
I would hope that instruction would be given to security guards.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Not.
We're going to go to. We're going to go to debate, but I don't really think there's need in for any. And I would just add that I think Ewan's questions led to his debate point, so we understand what you're saying. So do we need any debate at all? Otherwise, we could go to the vote, and go to lunch. Voting for it. All right.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Excellent. We will come back at 1:45 because we've got a reasonably big afternoon with LTP and I think we need a good break. Yeah. 1:45. We'll be starting bang on 1:45. 1:45. back into. Yes, just going to get back into diligent. Oh, here we are. We're on to item 11. No, we're up to, no, we're not, we're 12, sorry. Okay, everyone, we're back and we're on to item 12, which is the consequential amendments to the long-term plan and the required changes to the revenue and financing policy. Oh, and before we start, I, being woefully ignorant of the fact, did not wish Tim McIndoe a happy birthday. Apparently, and who knew, and I apologise, I did not know it was your birthday today. So happy birthday for today.
How shameful of you not to be psychic, Mayor Paul. I have to admit that when I arrived this morning and discovered that not only had Maxine had a birthday just 2 days earlier, but had catered for council, and I was unaware of this tradition, I felt that the best option was to keep very, very quiet. But thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you, and we just look forward to the cake arriving in due course. There's lots along me.
And for those who remember her, Marika Westphal's.
All the Aquariuses. There you go. Should be a lot of wisdom. Should be a lot of wisdom in the room here, Maxine, Tim, with, you know, Aquarius, that soulful, wise character of the horoscopes. Apparently. Yeah, sign of the water. Yeah, good. All right, let's carry on. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we make a move. James, are you ready?
Kia ora koutou, ko James Clark, taku ingoa. I'm just going to make two very quick introductory comments, then I'll hand over to Niall to talk you through the report. So on page 112 of Diligent is the diagram explaining how these various processes that we're navigating all fit together. I won't talk through the diagram in detail, but that is the sort of point of reference, I think, for how the different things work together, noting that first of all we consult and then two separate processes emerge. One is the implementing whatever decision you make regarding the water's delivery, and the other is regarding the rates that you want to set. And just in that context, I just think it's worth repeating the important note that we make in paragraph 9, which is that this whole report is predicated on the assumption that you will make a certain series of decisions in the consultation. We're making no predetermination of that, and obviously whatever process will follow from that will follow. It's just a very complicated and lengthy process that we have to follow. So if we did nothing until you made the final decision, we would promptly run out of time. That's why we're sort of trying to get ahead of it by talking you through the process that follows. But we will obviously await your final decision and make refine our process as required later on. That's all I wanted to say. I will hand over to Niall.
Good afternoon, thank you. So just in terms of the revenue and financing policy, which is a key part of this report, the Local Government Act requires that Council has a revenue and financing policy in place, and that was last reviewed as part of the 2024 LTP process. And as you'll recall from previous discussions, a key part of the government's water reform program is that Council has transparent revenue streams for waters, and that they are ring-fenced to be spent only in relation to water activities. So in line with previous council decisions around the creation of separate targeted rates for the waters, we were asked to bring back a draft policy that would go out for public consultation, and that's what we are presenting to you today. So the policy creates three separate targeted rates for waters. So there's a water rate, a wastewater rate, and a citywide stormwater rate. And the intent behind that is to create that required level of transparency and ultimately show the community and our ratepayers how our revenue is collected and how that's going to be used going forward. So the rate setting process effectively starts with this policy, and if council ultimately adopts that, these new rates would apply from the 1st of July this year. As part of updating this policy, council has to consider a few legal elements, and they're set out in the report. There's effectively a two-step process when making changes to this policy and amending it. The first step considers things like who benefits from the activity in relation to waters and whether separate funding is warranted. The next step is to consider the overall impact on the community wellbeing, and we've documented those considerations in the funding needs analysis that's included in the diligent pack. The other change that has been made within the policy is to introduce some provisions around financial contributions, and that's in line with changes that have been made to the district plan. And as you'll see in the report, the proposed next step is that council develops a policy around financial contributions, so there's a really robust basis for collecting them and being really specific about the projects that they will fund. So in summary, we're seeking approval today to take this policy out for the public consultation process. You would have seen an earlier agenda item you approved today at this meeting, the consultation material, which included information on the proposed targeted rates. And as part of that, we will make available the funding needs analysis, the proposed rating definitions, and the sample rates for properties, and that will become supporting information on the council website with this consultation. So we'll leave it there, Mayor Paula, and happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions?
I'll move.
I'll second. Oh, you second. Doesn't matter. You second. Any questions? No. So we're going to the discussion, the debate. No debate? All right. Excellent. Let's do it. Voting. Love it. Perfect. It's like a slow drum roll, isn't it, really?
Which councillor hasn't voted? The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Which brings us to the late report, the annual plan draft budget, which is there now. I'm happy to move everything with the exception of C, which I feel that councillors who are proposing those items may wish to move in their own right, instead of as a suite. Well, yeah, so I'm moving everything else but, and then we will talk about those. So, but include them in all your questions and at this point in time. Questions then, or do you need to say anything, James?
Could I just say a couple of things quickly? I won't sort of really to get the whole report. We explained at the briefing last week how there were 5 different kinds of changes in the report, decisions that you made previously in December, which we've now added to the budget. New information, which basically means the levies that we've now assumed we'll be paying from next year. The capital deferrals, or at least our best estimate at this point of the capital deferrals, noting that that will evolve over the next few months. Accounting changes, which we discussed last week, which have quite a big impact on our balancing the books position in the short term. And then those things are all included in the draft budget, and separate to that are the 5 possible additional changes, which Mayor Paula just referenced, which are not currently included in the budget. The whole annual plan budget is predicated on the 15.5% rates increase that was forecast in the long-term plan for year 2. We set out the financial strategy projections, which is very broadly the balancing the books positions remain as per the long-term plan projections. not absolute. You can see the detail in the report, and I'm happy to talk to that if you want to. But broadly speaking, we're projecting to remain in deficit in years 1 and 2, and to break even in year 3 as projected in the long-term plan. The one thing outside of the budget change is we're having to change our water service measure in line with a change from the DIA, so that's set out in the report. The only other thing I wanted to mention was last week Councillor Wilson asked some excellent questions around sort of what flexibility we would have to change rates if economic circumstances change over the next few months in light of the trade situation and so on. And I just want to sort of share a bit of our sort of thinking on this. So we haven't commissioned new external legal advice. However, we've looked at the last legal advice we did receive on this 2 years ago and discussed it in-house with our in-house legal team. So 2 years ago, amid higher than expected inflation, we consulted on whether the community supported us to hold rates at the current rate at that point, and do so by reducing spending, increasing revenue, and borrowing more. We didn't specify at that point what an alternative option might look like, but the legal advice we received at the time was that an increase of around 1% would be considered within the bounds of what we consulted on. Anything more than 1% was liable to legal challenge. This time, of course, the decision that you made in December was not to consult. So even that 1% leeway is likely to be less leeway than we had 2 years ago when we had at least asked a vague question. However, I think there are 2 or 3 important points to bear in mind. The first, and Tiki is here, and we'll be able to talk to you with much more authority on this than I can, but although there's lots of uncertainty around what will happen, which I know is partly why Councillor Wilson was asking, shouldn't we keep our options open? I think the one thing on which there's quite a considerable consensus is that any effects will take some time to flow through. So it's very unlikely that by June we will suddenly need to revisit our assumptions and therefore our rates increases. So I think that's an important point, first of all. And then the second point is even if that did happen, there are other levers we would be able to pull in June if need be. For example, if there's high inflation, we would probably want to look anyway at are there items of the capital programme that we should defer, etc. So we would have those two. We would have that lever should we need it. A third point, I don't want to overplay this because this is a sort of emergency provision, but there is an ability to change rates or set rates outside of what you set in your long-term plan if there is an unforeseen and urgent need for revenue. Now, there's a very high bar for this, and for example, during COVID, the general advice that the sector received was that none of the changes at that point warranted it. But if you were in a truly exceptional circumstance where the rating decision that you'd made a year earlier no longer bared any sort of resemblance to reality, you would be able to, with legal advice, charge a different rate at that point. I'm not suggesting we're in that world, and as I said, I don't think we're going to be in that world by June, but in theory that is an option that exists if the situation necessitated it in June. And at that point I will stop and invite any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? I have to say we have workshopped this to beyond oblivion, to be honest, so hopefully there are no more questions. No. So I'm moving A, B, D and E, and we'll get to C, and we'll consider that afterwards. Can I vote those? Can we do those now and then get to any discussion on
the additional changes? Sorry, were you going to go through to I as well?
Yes. Well, yeah. Sorry.
Perfect. Just to make sure.
Everything but C, basically, because I think that should be discussed separately. Wonderful. So I don't. What do I want to say? Let's go into debate. I don't really need to say very much in debate. This is a very machinery item. We do an annual plan every year. We have to address any differences that appear in the annual plan, and this is what we're doing here. Obviously, look, I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I think this is a good report, sets out the annual plan, sets out our requirements, and we need to do it. So let's go to anybody else want to debate on it? I couldn't really think of anything to make it too much more exciting. I'm sorry, I've run out of excitement. Now, let's go to the vote, because that's a very important part.
So this is everything but C.
Everything but C. So it's everything that's already been workshopped and in the budgets. Yeah.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. See, I wasn't going to waste my words on something so straightforward. Let's look at C, and those who may have been wanting to take a lead in some of these work streams may wish to propose them or move C. Yep, do we want to start with? Yeah, let's start one at a time. Additional funding for local. Okay.
Paula, just essentially, could we do the lap last?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, that's fine, absolutely.
Do you see us taking these, debating them as one, but taking them, voting separately on each one?
I think we're going to have to vote them all separately because I think there's going to be a range of views. Yeah, I just think it'd be cleaner.
Oh, I
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're on additional funding for the local body elections, which is something that's been proposed by Deputy Mayor and, sorry, I missed who? Maxine. So would you like to just explain without debating?
Look, this just, I think at one of our last council meetings just before December, we asked to bring this back with a little bit more detail because certainly myself and Councillor Van Osten and others in the chamber wanted it really focused on the voting phase. So there's a bit more of a breakdown on the sheet, and staff can certainly talk to that if you want them to. So this is this additional money, which is slightly less, 40,000 odd less than what was in the staff report. Ames, what page is it on? Your sheet for this? 190? Yeah. It says 170 there, but we think it can be done for 132. And there's a list of what it's there for. Which is narrow. Do you want to speak to it, Ames? Which is narrowed to the actual voting phase, making it easier for people to vote.
For clarity, that includes the
walk-ups and
casual staff for $60,000 and the 72,000 for the vote stage, August
it is
to
additional,
October,
yeah.
and it is.
I have a question of staff. I guess I'm going to ask it just to satisfy myself, but in putting it up as additional, was there no other related budget or flex to find this small amount of money from? No. Okay. Questions? Councillor Hutt.
This is also to staff. Earnestly curious, was there a reason why this is coming to us in the amendment rather than it being proposed during the LTP? Just curious about the timing.
It was a resolution of the council for us to bring it as part of the annual plan.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Councillor Pike.
Really, can staff just remind us of whether there's been an increase or reduction in support from central government in election spend that may have resulted in this proposal?
There is no funding from central government associated with it, and there has been reduction in what services are provided to us through the Electoral Commission.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I mean, the Electoral Commission.
So from that perspective, you could say that there has been a significant decrease.
Increase, reduction, decrease. Yeah, decrease.
No, well then we will go to the debate.
Look, local democracy will only work if people can actually vote. And I believe it was
Councillor Huata, who told us of her experience through the by-election, as well as Councillor McIndoe's experience through his by-election, about some of the frustrations that people have with being able to vote. We all know, of course, that New Zealand Post are flat out removing post boxes, which makes it even more difficult, and they're flat out closing post shops as well. There's kind of an irony, given that the legislation allows for local government to only vote using a postal system. We know that our voter turnout is in disarray election year after election year. And sure, we've got better ways and better ideas of voting, including online. My preference would be aligning it with central governments and have a voting day and making the most of that human behaviour that happens successfully because they get an 80% turnout, but that's not what this is about. One of the biggest barriers is simply how hard it is for people to cast their vote and find a post box. So this is a great, I think this is a great response from the team. That's why the motion's been put forward. It will direct extra funding into the vote phase only, making it possible for people to walk up and vote, to get help with the process and actually take part in shaping their city. It's not about fancy campaigns. It's not about more advertising generally. This is about practical solutions and making voting stations accessible, support for those who need it, and making sure that no one misses out on their opportunity to vote. If we want fair representation, we need to have fair access to voting. Look, it is a small investment in the grand scheme of things. I urge you all to please support it. Let's remove the barriers that still exist on a very outdated system that we have to work with and try and make local democracy work for every voter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it up? Yep. Councillor Van Oosten.
Deputy Mayor has virtually said everything that needs to be said on this, and I thoroughly endorse that, taking also into account that we have a very poor record of voter turnout, the lowest in the country, as I recall, and that is something that needs to be turned around. You cannot do it on the current budgets, and it's something that we have to remedy. I think, and just to finish though, that democracy is only as strong as the voices that participate in it. Deputy Mayor has talked about barriers that are faced, and if we don't invest in our voter turnout, we accept a system where decisions are made by a few and not by the many, and that doesn't help us in any way into the future. So by funding an effective information campaign and engagement strategy, we'll be empowering Hamiltonians, not just for this generation, but into the future, so that they've got and can understand the benefits for them particularly. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Postal volumes have dropped 80% since 2000, the year 2000, with the number of street post boxes, can't read today, down by 40% since 2010. Voting by post is nearly dead, so I think it is really important that we provide a walk-up voting booth alternative. That should absolutely be the focus of this. It's fixing, the problem we're fixing here is the fact that postal voting is even worse than it was 3 years ago, because the postal system is even slower this time around, and it's increasingly harder to access.
Any further vote and debate? Okay, Councillor Hutt.
When I worked in COVID vaccination, we often talked about how when someone turned up to be vaccinated that day, you really wanted to vaccinate them because they might go away and do something else, get busy, their life might get in the way of them coming back, or they might have had a really negative experience that would stop them being so eager another time. And there's many ways that vaccination is not at all similar to voting, but it is a relatively boring thing that we want people to do because it's important. And so I think I'm I think a really key part of this is making sure that when people try to vote, and especially if they're a first-time voter, it's easy, convenient, and they feel like they can do it again in 3 years' time. And I've unfortunately heard some reflections from our community from previous elections where they were first-time voters and they didn't have a positive experience. And so I think not only can we address that, but also the voter turnout itself with more investment. We often talk a lot about how much we are ashamed by the voter turnout. And I think we also have to recognise that unless we simply put more investment into it, and certainly when the government isn't, nothing is going to change otherwise. So I'm very excited to see how different this election is going to be with this extra money put into it.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, look, some good points made, I think, particularly by Sarah about the changes to the postal voting system. I'm still just not comfortable, I'm afraid. You know, it's moments like this that I remind myself that we are spending other people's money here. And personally, I wouldn't want my money spent on this. So, you know, we agonise over this particular issue, and I accept the relevance of the postal issues, but I'm just not comfortable. Well, I think about some of the things we've agonised over, some of the sums of money in the last couple of years, and I think they were probably more worthy than this, but they've got the thumbs down because, don't forget, we're operating in a deficit. Sometimes we seem to forget that. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not making any particular judgment on it or anything. I'm just really uncomfortable with it.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'm on the same page as Jeff. We all agree that there are major problems with our local body election system, and the Deputy Mayor was right in saying that it definitely affected the by-elections that both Councillor Maria and I were engaged in. But I'm not convinced that the expenditure of this type will significantly shift the dial. And if we're going to spend ratepayer money, we have to be able to see a positive benefit from it. There is quite a bit of advertising associated with local body elections nationally. There's plenty of exposure. If people don't know that there's a local body election on, then they must be either living in a cave or willfully ignoring what's happening around them. After all, you only need to drive around a city or ride a bike and you'll see 1,000 posters. Ultimately, if people don't understand that they have the right, and I would say responsibility, to cast a vote in a local body election, then no amount of expenditure is going to change that. If it was not in the current fiscal climate, maybe we could justify that expenditure, but we have to be looking for sensible expenditure for our ratepayers across the board, and I just don't believe that this is justified at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Huerta.
Unfortunately, we as a council have to scrimp and save for everything and prioritise the important things. And one of the important things is allowing every citizen of Kirikiriroa a chance to share their voice through votes when they are eligible to at 18 years old. And when I say allow, it's by ensuring that we have well-trained staff, personnel that can cover all the different areas where there are booths. And I want to applaud the council for having booths in our community centres. However, because of that lack of trained staff and the pressure that our current governance team is under, booths were removed a day before voting closed from our community centres. That's a whole 24 hours worth of votes, and as we know, there is a certain demographic that will vote at the last moment. And so I had an influx of messages about this and I was unaware. And the next closest place to vote from a community centre was 5 k's away. And when you don't have a vehicle and you're not usually in this realm where you are concentrating on local government and you're just trying to feed your family, it's not a priority. But having it in community centres visible and accessible from start right to the end, like any other citizen would have the privilege of by having it available at libraries, is essential. We are asking for $40,000 left on behalf of the staff that have done the research. $40,000 less than the $170,000 that was proposed. $132,000 is a huge amount of money from someone who spent nothing on a campaign. However, I feel for our community. So we must be able to make a compromise somewhere.
Any further debate? I'll just add my voice to the debate. While I'm also not convinced that it will be the total solution to public engagement, sadly, because I do think there are many more barriers to people wanting to engage in local government elections. I was compelled by the debates of everyone, including particularly Sarah, the statistics that you shared. Thank you for reminding me of those statistics. I'm going to make a data-driven decision, you'll be pleased to know. And I'm also compelled by Maria in terms of I have to be true to myself. I did say there'd be no extra spend in the LTP, so I'm always disappointed that every time we want to do something differently, it means adding more money finding more money. I'm always disappointed there. I'm always going to look for alternative sources of money. We should look for better ways of doing things. But I have stood for better community engagement, lifting and communication engagement, and I do believe the community should have a voice. And I do believe, as Angela has said very well, it's all outdated, it's all broken, the system. It's broken beyond where the ballot boxes are. It's just it's a broken system and needs to be reviewed in general. But let's do the very best we can for the voters this year to make sure that everyone who wants to vote has an easier opportunity to do so. So I'll support it. Councillor Wilson.
I appreciate Councillor Sarah's data, and it is confirmation that the current mail ballot voting system is broken. I think over time staff have been innovative and tried different solutions. Ultimately, this means individuals have to take some responsibility for themselves. We have lengthened the voting period, and boxes are in libraries, they are in community houses, and so that is a meaningful step forward. My difficulty is I also, like the Mayor, swore I would not support any additional funding because we're in crisis. And I keep saying it, and I don't seem to be able to convince some of us that we are in financial crisis. But I have been swayed on a couple of other things that we're going to debate to support extra spending. But to do that, I'm not going to support this because I think I have to be balanced. And so I think I reiterate, the voting period has lengthened. I say to all voters that they have a duty of care and responsibility to participate. And that doesn't stop them walking these voting papers in within that 8-week period to a community house. But I'm not swayed that we should spend this sort of quantum to cater for those who are in the last 24 hours who suddenly decide, look, this is all too complicated and I can't make that journey of 5 kilometres. I think there needs to be a balance, and so I will not be supporting it, but I will be supporting some other elements of funding on the other items.
Else? No? Thank you. Right of reply, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Specifically to a few comments made by colleagues. Councillor Van Osten is absolutely right. Our voter turnout is one of the lowest in the country, and that's not something we need to be proud of. Democracy will only work if people can participate. And as Councillor Huata said, it's not implied, it's not a level playing field when people are juggling whether to feed their family or drive 5Ks to vote. If we don't invest in fixing this system, we're accepting a broken system. To Councillor Taylor's point, yes, we are spending public money. That's exactly why we need to ensure the public actually have a say in who makes decisions on their behalf. I'd ask you, what's more wasteful, a small investment to make voting easier or an election where no one turns up? To Councillor Wilson, voting boxes are in libraries and in community houses, but the majority of residents don't visit libraries and community houses, but they do visit supermarkets. I'd say every single Hamiltonian at some point visits a supermarket in their week, including every single eligible elector. They visit local supermarkets. That's what this funding is going to support. This is about removing barriers. It's not about throwing money away. If we really truly care about democracy, then we need to make sure it's open to everyone. And the other thing that I'd remind the Chamber respectfully is that we say we need to look after what we've got. We are the only agency in this district, the only one that delivers this election. Is this not looking after what we've got? Please, I urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Let's go to the vote, please.
The motion is carried, 9 for, 3 against. 4 against.
Okay, excellent. So then we're on to address illegal dumping. Who is the proponent for that? Thanks.
Yeah. Do you have a photo to pull up? Thank you. So this was on my journey to work this morning. It is anyway, so I'm just putting there for a backdrop. I'll explain very quickly. So this, the motion, which was sent through earlier, looks to use 214,000 of funding from the waste levy. So it's funding that we already have, which is currently not allocated, which otherwise goes to a reserve for potential future waste minimisation capital projects. So it's not new rates money. And it is focused on education and behaviour change to stop illegal dumping happening in the first place. Any questions on that?
I do have a question. Thanks, Sarah.
There it is there. There's the wording as well. So if people want to have a look and...
You go first.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Either to Sarah or to staff. Sarah, help me understand the current waste levy. I understand, is it correct to say that we're not able to allocate any of those funds for enforcement? And if that is the case, have we a legal opinion that confirms that?
Yeah, it seems very low.
Elevate yourself.
Can't see you over the laptop.
It's comfy. That's a very good question, Councillor Wilson. So the waste levy guidelines, so there's the Waste Minimisation Act, which is how we are able to access the fund. And the waste levy guidelines is quite prescriptive in what we are able to utilise those funds as a council for. So they have to be focused on waste minimisation initiatives, starting at the top of the waste hierarchy, so the reduce, reuse, recycle. So that's set by the legislation. Have we had it tested legally? No, we haven't, because we've followed those guidelines and we get audited by the Ministry for Environment on that spend.
Further question, if I could. So help me understand the practicality of that. So is it your view that the education is about a physical person calling upon a body corporate and other retirement villages, businesses, and saying, I would like to address the decision maker about how you manage those three categories.
Yes, so illegal dumping is, as we probably appreciate, is a tricky problem, and it needs multi-pronged approach. Enforcement at the end of the scale is almost the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, because the event has already happened. The responsibility for what people are choosing or how people are choosing to dispose of rubbish has not been addressed at that front end. So the education and the behaviour and the understanding of what the problem or what the challenges are that may promote people to do illegal dumping is not fully known. So yes, that first part of your question about, is it about going and talking to people and working and looking at how are they creating rubbish in the first place, what are their barriers to disposing of rubbish, and do they need that rubbish at all, is part of that proposal from Councillor
So
Thompson.
could you give me a practical example of that wonderful photo that Councillor Sarah has put up? If we could put it back. I know that corner. I think it's the housing development on Hammond Street. It's Palmerston, is it?
No, I think that's a lawnmower. Yeah, the lawnmower catcher.
Okay, so it's outside a property. Is that a single housing property, Sarah?
It's an apartment complex, like one of those concrete sausage block.
Right. Okay.
That's a technical term.
The concrete sausage block. So in your example of the request for this 214,000, walk me through what those two staff members would do. Just explain to me what they would do upon seeing this.
So on seeing that, it's not these two staff members, but my 0.5 staff member who investigates illegal dumping would go and find out first if it's from that property, if it's already in there. But leading up to that, to prevent that from happening in the future, the staff members that we're proposing, Councillor Thompson is proposing through this recommendation, is that they would go to the body corps or the landlords, because they are responsible for their property and for their tenants, and then work quite closely with those tenants about stopping this from happening. But understanding what is the reason why they are doing this in the first place, and what is the barriers for them not using our current suite of rubbish and recycling services that we have to offer as a city.
And final question. So as a result of, say, how you would use this funding, if you've gone through this process and still there is no change, you're saying you would then rely on the 0.5 to then take a more regulatory approach and issue an infringement?
Yes. If we were able to have the evidence to support that infringement. And noting again that the Litter Act is very old and not very helpful.
In education, being at the very soft end of behavioural change, it's a low and slow approach to behavioural change. Would you agree?
Yes.
Enforcement is the pointy, sharp end of change in one way. So I'm just trying to pull through this because I've seen that kind of dumping before, and in my opinion, much of it would be willful, not because they don't know, they don't know how to dispose of things because they can't be bothered and they don't want to be bothered, and they actually don't care about the system in any case. So I wonder what would you expect this money to do in terms of targeting willful disposers of waste?
Yeah, because they're quite innovative, some people, because they do travel outside of their home location. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach to how we would need to build this education program up and around. It's very much a community development requirement to understand the community first, understand the barriers if there are any, and understand the motivators to prevent this from happening.
So this is what the 214,000 would do. It wouldn't necessarily lead to a reduction of on-street illegal dumping.
It would be something that works towards a long-term outcome of reducing or removing illegal dumping. It's not going to be an instant I couldn't say that in 6 months' time, 12 months' time, that you will see
less of this.
An instant, something like that.
Last question I'm interested in, because some of this housing in this area I know to be supported, or social housing in various parts. Don't want to lay the blame on willful dumping on all of them, but I'm just saying it has a landlord that has a responsibility for tenants. What more could be done in that space with what we already have in-house? To really drive home to the landlords that they have a responsibility for their tenants.
Yes, so at the moment we have nothing. We have no enforcement tools available to us to either fine or
because the waste minimisation
mandate the landlord or the body corp to have a clean property.
So, oh really? And so there's no law that supports that anywhere?
No, not currently, no.
So that's something, would that be something useful for me in a leadership position as mayor to lobby the government or the appropriate ministers on to provide the tools to...
Yes, absolutely, and it is something that when we look at our own bylaw is how can we build those mechanisms into our own bylaw that we enforce as a council.
Okay, thank you. Plenty of food for thought there, thank you. Councillor Huata.
Kia ora, Tania. Do we have any initiatives like inorganic collections, and are there incentives that people can use or utilise to be able to take certain big items to the dump for free, maybe?
So we've got the curbside in the Hamilton boundary residential areas. We've got the curbside food scraps for organics. We haven't previously moved into organic curbside collections because of the taking away a commercial activity from businesses in the city. Not to say that we can't, because other councils have done that. We just haven't had that as part of our approach.
Just looking at the picture that was up before, and a lot of that stuff is big ticket items.
Yes.
So is there an opportunity to organise an organic curbside?
You may recall probably about 6 months ago, I think it was Rotorua District Council, Kainga Ora in Rotorua had an inorganic collection for a number of their tenants, and it created a massive issue, and I think it cost them around $30,000 or $40,000 to remove what was ended up being quite abused. So again, we can do those things. They're very challenging to manage and to put into place. So you just have to manage them really cautiously, is our advice.
Thank you, Councillor McAdoo.
Tanya, I'm assuming as an example of education, if we look at the fact that we employ staff who occasionally go around different suburbs within the city and look at people's recycling bins and will put something on it.
Yes.
My wife and I saw this when we were out walking in our neighbourhood the other day. Your recycling bin is not being collected because you've put things that shouldn't be recycled in it. And also, from time to time, you see bins, red bins that are overflowing and they're not collected because they can't be closed.
Yes.
Do we have any evidence that that form of education is having an impact? I mean, we're obviously spending money on it. Are we getting some positive outcomes from it?
So we have two parts of that, Councillor McIndoe. We have through our curbside contract, we have our bin cop, who is the person, or we've got two people who go around different parts of the city to check the contamination. And that's also part of our bylaw, because we have a three-strike rule that if you have contamination, non-recyclables in your recycling bin, and it's monitored 3 times, and within 6 months you have it removed from the curbside collection. So that's part of the contract. So that's that enforcement side of things. On the education side, we have 2 current staff members who work. We've had one, and we've just recently had another person employed in that space. And a lot of their role has been working with the likes of Kainga Ora, businesses, Rotary groups, all sorts of people, and they go through the education centre. So 2 people for our population of around 60,000, 70,000 households. They're spread quite thin.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it's spread quite thin. And I also agree that there should be consequences for those who just refuse to get the message. Do we have any evidence, perhaps, however, that those people are now contributing to the illegal dumping, such as that featured in Councillor Sarah's photo?
Not directly, but when there have been times where our education advisors have worked with the residents that have had their bins removed, and worked quite intensively with them to educate them on their recycling and how to use their suite of bins, and that the early evidence suggests so far that that sort of intense one-on-one education with those people has been working, because when they've received their bins back, there's been no ongoing contamination.
That's encouraging.
But again, it's 2 people doing.
I realise it's spread
quite a
thinly,
lot.
but it's encouraging all the same.
Thank you. I just think I need to just clarify something, because I'm just in asking Lance and so on. This is not even though I asked at the beginning, all of these are additional items, additional spend. Now I'm being told it's not additional spend because it's already in budget.
So it's already, it's from the levy, and at the moment our levy is tracking at about $1.6 million over our annual budget. And that's because we've
reduced
the levy that we receive from government has increased and has continued to increase over the last 3 years. So,
yeah.
No, that's our revenue. We've got more revenue than what we have budgeted for.
That's what she's just said, so we're not spending.
Yeah.
No, we're not spending any.
So no, we're not spending it, but it is ring-fenced for waste activities.
Exactly.
So the question is, what do you spend it on? Not that you don't spend it. If you
yes. So
yeah. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that, because I was sorry, apologies, I was a little bit off track, thinking again this was another additional amount of money. Having said that, some of my comments I still feel irrelevant, but I'll get to that. I'll take more questions on the basis we've got a common understanding about the money. Sorry about that, councillors. Councillor Hutch is next.
I just wanted to clarify, because I think we've established we might not see an immediate decrease of illegal dumping, but C there was of quite interest to me that we could possibly within a year have a nice amount of data which would inform further actions we could take based on the actual behaviour we're seeing, rather than councillors' hot takes.
Rather than
councillors' hot takes on why people do or don't illegally dump.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a sticky problem. It's one of those things that it can be because of a number of issues, and that's why we also already have in play that understanding of what the issues are, so that we can have a better approach, and that came out of the November or September Infrastructure and Transport report on illegal dumping, where we indicated that's what we wanted to do. And it's also about us going out and working early with a number of households to kind of go through their rubbish habits, really. So it's more of that one-on-one approach that we're looking to achieve.
Cool. That was it, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, very quickly, Tanya, thank you. I just want clarity. I think I misheard you, but I just want you to confirm. Are you saying that we have a 0.5 who's compliant?
Yes.
Did I understand you correctly that, in fact, we have no legal piece of legislation to hang any of the compliance under. So, and if the answer to that is yes, why do we have a 0.5?
Okay. So to clarify, Councillor Wilson, we have a 0.5 who works under the Litter Act. So under the Litter Act, they are able to apply the enforcement and the infringement notices to an individual or individuals that have, we have enough evidence to suggest that it is there. The piece I was talking about is that we have no levers to go into a body corp property and enforce them to clean up their properties or, yeah.
If we go back to the current Sarah Thompson example, surely those items that are on the front is an act of littering.
Yes.
And so explain to me again why you feel our compliance officer can't go, because the legislation, I think you said individual and individuals.
Yes.
That your interpretation of the statute says that an enforcement officer can't walk into a individual or a group of individuals and say, this item came from you.
Yes.
Right? Here's the infringement.
Yes, that's what we can do. So, apologies if I'm not explaining myself clearly. So if, in that example of Councillor Thompson's, we can go through and we can find evidence and we come up with a letter that says Councillor Ewan Wilson, and it's at number 1. Number 1 XYZ Street, and it's outside that property, then we will go and we will infringe you.
Right.
And if that then within that also that pile of illegal dumping, there's something else that says, you know, Councillor Thompson, number 1 XYZ Street, then we will also go and issue an infringement to that person. What I can't do, or what we can't currently do, is we can't infringe the body corp or the social housing provider as an agency. So we couldn't go and enforce and give an infringement notice, say to Kainga Ora as the housing development owner, but we can give infringements to individuals if we have the evidence to support that within that housing complex.
Right. I'm a little surprised by that, because I would have thought under property rights, an entity, whether an incorporated entity, a trust, they have legal ownership. And if you're suggesting that this legislation enables them to circumvent that legal response, I'm fascinated by that. So you've had a recent legal clarity over that?
Not a recent one, no. Okay. That's how we've
so, Mayor Paul,
future.
I've asked if the mover of the motion wouldn't mind adding an additional limb that requires staff, just to get a legal opinion, both in terms of the interpretation of the waste levy and to actually just get legal clarity about this assumption that we have no legal right in a case of littering to pursue the offender if the offender is an incorporated entity or a body corp or etc. Just for clarity.
Sorry, just to re-clarify that. Yeah. If an individual lives in the body corp, we can infringe the individual. It's the body corp we can't put an infringement on, because it's not the body corp who's doing the dumping. It's the person. It's the individual. Yeah.
Through the questions and then see if we've got a way forward. Councillor Tauriki.
Kia ora, Tanya. I've got 2 questions. Question 1 is what can we as councillors do now to help with education and messaging?
As individual elected members,
yep.
I think it's about working within the communities that you represent and every opportunity, having those discussions with people around how we can reduce our litter or reduce the rubbish we create right from the get-go. So making the choices about what we want to do and then using what we have available to us to dispose of that rubbish correctly.
And the second one is, how does one become a bin cop? I want to be able to go, there's a few people on my street.
Did you want a badge?
They require some infringements.
Well, we can talk to our contractor about that.
No? Oh, no, I think my question's been asked.
Elongate the conversation. This is already within the budget. We've discussed this.
Yes.
Why, in fact, did it have to be out in the open? Why could that decision not have been made? Why are we now being asked for approval for something that is within a working budget at last minute
So if I may, we're not spending any money, but what we have asked for is a headcount change. So
additional staff.
Additional staff, yes. And there was a directive through the last year's process about a headcount.
So it's because it's additional staff. It was something else.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That helps, because I was thinking, why? Is there another way forward? Hate to do this, but the money is there. Is there not an opportunity to have a workshop or a working group look at this and nut out the pros and cons of the various
So we
elements?
have got a session set up, I think, for the end of February with some of our elected members, and that was a follow-on from the November meeting.
So this doesn't have to be a decision made today. It can be made. The money's there. Pardon?
I was going to say, surely we can, now that we've spent all this time on it.
Potentially. I'm just saying it didn't really need to do it this way.
We're nearly
Councillor
there.
Hutt.
Don't stop.
Councillor Hutt.
Just a question for the mover for D. Curious where the money for the legal opinion comes from. Does it come from the waste levy?
Is it actually going to be doable?
Yeah, that's the way we can do that through, because you've got the waste levy in there. So yeah.
Okay.
How much money is in the waste levy? And
lots.
Okay. All right, just that was it.
Right, politics is the art of the possible. I'd really like to solve this problem, and this is just one strand of many that are probably needed to do that. But let's take a first step. That we have funding through the waste levy available. We have written to, well, we are in the process, I understand, of writing to the Minister following a resolution last year to say, hey, look, can we have more flexibility on how we use this waste levy? In the meantime, this fits the criteria. I would like to see a little more capacity for our enforcement side of things, but that would require new ratepayer funded money, and I have not put that up. So today's motion is really trying to keep within the funding that we do have and do the best that we can with that. And what I think, beyond working with, for example, examples like the one that we saw earlier on the screen, and hopefully making some improvements between now and the end of the next financial year, I think that we'll also be able to gather some really good data and information through these two education officers doing this work to then help us to really understand, if we're to take further steps, what should those steps be? How do we prioritise them and make sure that it's evidence-based? There's also work happening with a study which was kicked off when we had a motion around whether we're looking into the size of the bins. So trying to understand, again, with large families, what are the barriers to disposing of waste correctly, is what more do we need to do as a council in that space. So there's a lot of work happening to continue informing this discussion, but this is one practical step we can take. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Look, I support Sarah's endeavour here. She's and others have championed the need to address the littering and the illegal dumping issue, and so I fully support her in this initiative. I find it paradoxical that on one hand The government has created legislation that enable, the waste levy. We've accumulated over $1 million sitting in a jar. But we have all these restrictions about how we can spend it. And I find that just seems to be the reverse that you would imagine. So that's why I've asked for us to get some legal interpretation. With all due respect to our staff, let's just get some legal interpretation. So I have no difficulty with the softly approach about education, but I always believe softly works much better when it arrives with a tank, so that you get a very clear message. And so far, we don't arrive with a tank. If you're lucky, we'll arrive in an electric scooter, and we'll only do that for a few hours before we have to leave the scene. It's as though we have a culture that we are really that we're not at all keen to hold people to account. And I think that is crazy. So I would expect that our 1.5 enforcement person would have been immediately responding to that example, and that they do go through the rubbish, and that they do try to identify who's done it, and that they do knock on the door and say, hey, here's your infringement notice. And as a courtesy, we're sending a letter to your body corp saying, this is not acceptable. So let's get a legal opinion, and if it does give us more flexibility, we've actually got a whole lot of money sitting in the pot. All I want to know is, does it come with the bag?
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you. So originally, I was concerned about this because the recommendation was to introduce new ratepayer money to enforce illegal dumping. And I think guessing that she might struggle for support with that, Councillor Thompson has taken a pragmatic approach to this, utilising, an existing fund, the waste levy, which seems to have money swishing around in it, to try to stop this behaviour. And I like the fact that these staff might be able to give us better data, focus things better, and I support her efforts to make a tangible difference. So I support this.
Oh, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I was chuckling from Councillor Wilson's. We don't arrive with a tank, we arrive on a scooter. And it reminded me many years ago with my frustrations around certain bylaws, why we don't enforce. And I, at the time, suggested that we create bylaw officers that drive around in electric utes and enforce things. And I think we can do, I totally hear what you're saying. I think we can do so much more. Councillor Thompson's done all the work on this. I'm just seconding to support her, but also because time and time again, particularly around the Christmas holiday period when residents are moving around the city, the two things that pisses them off, excuse my language there, are weeds and rubbish. And we're getting to one of them. At least we're going to have another crack at it. So thank Councillor Thompson. Thank you for your work on this.
Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. In my questioning earlier, I may have referred to some of the reasons alluded to as councillor hot takes, and I do hot takes. I do somewhat stand by that, because I think it's very easy to say people are being lazy or people are just can't be bothered. And perhaps that is some of the reason. But I know someone actually who was illegally dumping, and I saw how a member of the public went through their trash and found a letter addressed to them and posted it on a 100,000 person Facebook group. And I saw how they got death threats and how they were harassed and abused. And the reason that they were exhibiting this behaviour was because they had had a significant and abrupt and tragic bereavement happen in their life. And they were simply overwhelmed. and that doesn't make illegal dumping okay. But I am really pleased that we would first take the approach of sending someone round to knock on their door and say, hey, this isn't okay. And I think it's really important that we investigate all the reasons why this behaviour might be happening, rather than just making an assumption and making a very easy assumption about people. We've certainly seen a cost of living crisis, we've seen increased poverty, we've seen real household stress on people, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was leading to some behaviour that people wouldn't be proud of. So I think this is a really good step in the right direction, and I'm pleased we're taking this approach first, and we can take other approaches after that.
Okay, thank you. No? Or does it all disappear?
You want to
yes,
speak?
I do. About this, I hate to see all the legal dumping, and I support 110% the comments around enforcement. Enforcement is where it has to go. Having said that, that enforcement becomes an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff also. Do you know what I love? I love tag busters. Why do I love tag busters? Because it gets rid of tags within, I don't know, nanosecond. So if something happens that the public don't like, it gets removed. What's missing in here for me, and well, I am going to support the budget because it's in budget, and I could raise some questions about why we had this convoluted debate here today, but I am saying that I do believe the money should be put, if it could be put, on additional staff for enforcement, and it's quite ironic. Some of us will support additional staff, but we've also gone through with a big pair of scissors and cut out staff left, right, and centre, and tried to maintain levels of service at the same time. This isn't even about levels of service. This is about education. So this is not about lifting the removal of waste in the city. This is about educating people in a soft and slow. Not that it's not important, but it's not necessarily going to make any difference this year on the way the city looks, because Deputy Mayor is quite right, it bothers people. So I do intend to lean in very seriously to what I can do to lobby government for the legal tools that we need for around enforcement. But quite frankly, if it could be possible, I'd like to see more enforcement officers. I don't know how that 1.5 person even does it with the half person. It's insufficient. It's completely insufficient for the scale of the job. And I also just want to finish by saying that I do believe body corps have a responsibility. I know we've had conversations with some of the body corps, and they have endeavoured to use their managers to lift their game, but they've got to play a part too. And there are other shops and other things that we can also get to play a part. I'm not sure this is going to fix it, but it'll give us some data. It is in budget. I'm not going to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, thank you everyone for supporting this. From the information we received last year, it was going to cost an extra $103,000 to pick up the rubbish within 3 days from being reported, compared to 5. So that all comes with additional ratepayer funded costs, unless we are able to in any way use the levy differently in the future. The other thing I'd say is the bylaw. I am very keen to see if we can put responsibility back on body corps and the likes of Kāinga Ora, because there's a lot that they could be doing to make sure that their tenants have appropriate ways to dispose of additional rubbish. And for the example shown there on Palmerston Street, Maxine knows, she drives past all the time as well. Some others may see it regularly too. It is a de facto rubbish tip. There is literally something out there. The moment it's being picked up, the next day the pile starts again and it grows. And then I make an antenna report. And Tanya, I haven't reported that one, so you're thanks. So there's clearly a repetitive behaviour there with some of these complexes, and I do see a big opportunity to really crack down on that if we are able to through the bylaw, if legally we have the scope to do that. So looking forward to hearing back on whether it's possible.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Hopefully it won't be too much longer. Hang in there.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, that brings us on to smart bin trial. It's gone. It's gone. Oh, okay. This brings us on to something that won't be debated at all, I'm sure. Local area, local. Huh? What?
Sorry, could we do development?
Oh, sorry. Do the development contributions. No, he wanted to do those last. Oh.
That's so that he can then exit for the last.
Oh yes. Okay. Local development contributions. Maybe, Angela. Okay, we're doing the local, we're doing the development contribution now. Who's leading this?
My committee, so I've put it up. It was originally 40,000. I've put up 20 with Councillor Wilson, and so we can always look at it in the future. But I've put up the reduced amount. Just as a reminder, it was to deal with where there are community buildings that are very small and have a negligible impact on the overall network, on infrastructure, and the strong advice was from staff was that we don't try to tweak the policy because it opens the door to others to try and take advantage of I guess, a small hole in the policy. So the idea is to keep it very limited. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So are there any questions on this?
As a recommendation, so hopefully it's everyone's asked lots of questions already.
Okay, should we go to the vote? Go on. Go on.
Go on.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Right, we're going to have a quarter of an hour break till 1:15, sort of. Folks Milling. The table, please. That's pathetic. That's my whistling. All right, thank you. You clearly missed my wig. Excuse me, excuse me. You clearly, councillors, Blair, sorry, I'm just, struggling to get started. Whew. It's such an echo chamber here. When you, as anybody who's ever sat here and chaired a meeting knows, it's like a funnel for all noise around the whole chamber. So it's really tricky. And I'm not good at whistling. Did anybody notice my whistle? No, Angela, you didn't hear my whistle? No, no, that's because it's pretty pathetic, really. I was trying to get really trying to get you back to the table. Someone can teach me how you do it properly. All right, we're on to this item, which is the local alcohol plans. So, policies. Yes.
Explain the motion. A request that staff undertake the pre-consultation and research to inform the development of a local alcohol policy. The findings of this pre-consultation will be heard by a new council and they will decide on whether to proceed with full consultation. We have noted, well, it's noted in the motion, a particular interest in off-licences, which is based on what we know already of alcohol-related harm, but this will all be teased out in the pre-consultation phase. And our staff team have noted that they can do this work within existing budgets and staff resources, so no increase in rating is required.
What problem are we trying to solve specifically here? Like I want to understand the list of issues from a high level perspective, because $50,000 for a policy is a lot of money. Do we have?
So I guess just answering or the staff?
You can.
Yeah, I can. Okay. The policy that the problem we're trying to solve is broadly alcohol-related harm, obviously, but under the Act, we have this opportunity to develop a local alcohol policy, which effectively enables us to reduce that harm in more ways than we can without it.
Yeah,
So,
I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry to interrupt you. I am well and truly over a local alcohol policy. It's one of two that was here last time.
Yeah.
I want to understand from you, what are you wanting to absolutely target through the policy? Are you wanting to target hours of off licences? Are you wanting to target on licences? Like, what are the? I know there's alcohol-related harm, but there's a whole bag of angry worms within that.
Yeah. So we have noted in the motion a focus, a particular focus on reducing alcohol-related harm through from off licences, and that's based on the data that we've seen from the police. Having said that, we have also been advised by staff to keep it somewhat open because limiting it at this point would suggest a bias or predetermination.
Okay. Okay. In terms of I don't think I've really seen this before to this extent in terms of pre-consultation 20,000, and then we will have a body of information, and then we draft a policy informed by the body of information, then we spend another 30,000. My question is, because we've done this before, and because we're I don't know if regulator is the right word for, I suppose it is, for alcohol licences in the city, and we have a DLC, haven't we got all the information that we need? What's the pre-consultation going to inform us of that we wouldn't already know?
So we did cover this off in the briefing the other day, but we have got Corey Lang online. And are you there, Corey? So
yes, I am.
Yeah,
can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Angela, I think your question related to the extent and the costs associated with the pre-consultation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so the intent here, I guess, and the intent behind the legislation is that we go out and understand what it is that the community's appreciation of alcohol-related harm is, and then we can form a view as to what policy settings or position that we want to take as a local authority to try and minimise that alcohol-related harm. So we have done a piece of work, as you'll be well aware, as you just mentioned, you're one of two councillors that would have been here in 2016-18. Under the legislation, while that will help inform our approach, we can't just take that body of evidence and that work and bring that across into a new development of an LAP. So we can use that, as I say, as a guide, but we need to go out and seek what is it that our community currently are thinking and believing around alcohol-related harm. What conditions, discretionary or otherwise, might we want to consider? And that could be focused or targeted on off-licences, or it could be about operating hours. As I understand it, last time it was heavily focused around the CBD and what it was that we wanted to try and achieve in that space due to alcohol-related crime. This time it might be more around bottle stores in the suburbs. That's what the consultation needs to flush out. Where is our community? What is their drive? What is their appetite? And it might come back and give us guidance that there isn't one, or it might give us guidance that that the research that we have supports the approach. So the consultation is hugely important in informing, obviously, the right settings should we decide to proceed with an LAP.
Would it be fair to say, particularly given the media coverage of the Norton supermarket and them being declined to be an off licence, that the DLC, the District Licensing Committee, for those who are watching online, is doing its job?
So I can't really comment about how the DLC is making their decisions. Obviously, the community will have a view on that, depending on which way the decisions fall. But what I can say is the DLC is currently working from a raw perspective of the legislative framework. The law, sale and supply of alcohol gives us the opportunity to write a policy that's specific for our local community. If we've got certain segments or sectors of our community that we think are more vulnerable or more susceptible, or that we have an overabundance of bottle stores, by writing a policy, we can adapt our decision making and our policy settings to accommodate that.
I know all of that. Can we restrict where off licences bottle stores locate through a district plan change?
No.
So we can't
we can in a way.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes, we can in a way.
I'm asking a question I know the answer to. Sorry, right. Corey, carry on.
Yes, so we can in a way, obviously, as you say, through the district plan in how we consent activities. Having said that, not through the sale and supply of alcohol unless we have an LAP. That's
not quite right. And final question. I looked at the costs for this and I don't see any costs or a budget line to deal with legal challenges. Surely that should be included, I don't know, circa 100,000 to 200,000, because if a policy looks to tackle hours at a supermarket, you can bet they're going to hire a KC to come and challenge us. So where is that? Should we not add that into this to be transparent?
So as we canvassed at the info session, the recent changes to the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act doesn't allow people to take us to appeal. Having said that, we can be reviewed post-implementation of an LAP. So you're quite right, we haven't budgeted for any appeals post-implementation. We've merely looked at what are the costs associated with the consultation, research and development of an LAP.
Yeah, no, I understand, Corey, that the appeal part was taken out. I was part of the council that made the decision to finally back off and bank the rest of our money. I'm talking about let's say foodstuffs, for example, you know, billion-dollar company finding any way they can to take us to court. Could be a judicial review, could be anything. If we think they're just going to, you know, lie down and take it, it's not. So wouldn't it be prudent to put a budget line in for that? Or would we do that as we develop the policy? We need to be eyes wide open here.
As you say, we are open to a judicial review. However, all of council decision making is open to that. So policy settings and so on. I guess that's a decision for council should we choose to proceed maybe with an LAP. First, consultation and research will give us that guidance potentially around what is the appetite around the nature of the change, and then we can further assess what are the risks in a judicial review.
Will there be, will this policy include the conversation again around a one-way door policy for unlicensed premises?
I couldn't foresee what the policy might contain. That's the intent in the consultation process, and that would be up to the elected members to decide in which pathway we might want to start drafting an LAP.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you. I had several questions, but in the interest of time, I'll only ask one of them. Corey, it's probably for you. What evidence is there that local alcohol plans have contributed to a reduction in alcohol-related harm in those city and district council areas that have adopted them in recent times?
I'm sorry, I can't directly answer your question. I understand that there is some evidence that supports that, and that would be evidential through the fact that a number of councils are now progressing LAPs, but also I guess it would depend on the conditions that were put around an LAP, whether it was a reduction in bottle stores, whether it was a reduction in hours. It would really be quite specific on the community and the nature of the policy.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. So I think I do have one. No, I'm not going. Thank you. We'll go to debate.
So I'll just kick off. The LAPs are basically another tool in the toolbox for reducing alcohol-related harm. Of the 67 councils in New Zealand, 42 have local alcohol policies now that have been adopted, including Auckland. It's a function provided under the Act, thanks to the John Key government, and they enable local voice to reduce alcohol-related harm. The Act and the licensing process only take us so far, and it's the local community who understand the harm the most, who can best suggest the rules that are suited to our community. And the metros are moving throughout New Zealand, with obviously Auckland, but now also Christchurch is underway in the process. And we heard from Sergeant Jim this morning that harm persists in Hamilton and increases during the day. We know that every week 16 people are estimated, or approximately 16 people end up in ED in critical or life-threatening condition where alcohol is a factor. And we also know that the risk of judicial review has somewhat reduced with the Supreme Court ruling in Auckland. As Corey said, there's always a risk in that, in anything that we do for judicial review. The reality is we still do have significant harm. We all woke up, I think, on New Year's Day to a story of significant harm that happened in our community. An LAP won't solve all of our problems, but as I said, it's another tool in the toolbox. And really, in this motion, we are committing to only the pre-consultation, to consult with the police, with health, and with our community to some degree, to determine what an LAP might best be shaped up with. Thank you.
Look, I haven't observed that we know what particular problem we're actually solving with this. Where's the one pressing event that has prompted this? Already the Liquor Licensing Agency and ALA they're already making decisions that show they are taking into account the issue of areas of deprivation. This is vague and not a good enough reason to commit staff time and a whole lot of money, an unknown amount of money, I might add. This is how it starts, folks. It starts and then it gets bigger and bigger. It's taken me a few years to realise that on this council. Each time you approve something like this, you're starting a line of operational expenditure in the budget. Remember those lines that we tried so desperately hard to get rid of during the LTP? Think about the pain that that caused. We are spending more money each day than we are getting in. I'm not sure if that message, that understanding is out. We're operating in deficit. We're desperately trying to extricate ourselves from this position to get back to surplus. And in terms of our financial position, I feel we've had a pretty clear message from the community. They want us to play it safe until we get ourselves out of trouble. But this is where it begins. You're starting a new line of OPEX, and one thing leads to another. I've seen it so many times. So I would urge you not to do this. I think it's cavalier. I think it's going to set us on a path of more bureaucracy, more pressure on staff, and more expenditure. And I think, inadvertently, I think we're going to be showing the community that we haven't quite got the message. They want us to watch every penny. They want us to be careful where we spend our money. This isn't a good enough reason. It hasn't been thought through. So please don't go down this path. Just because you can do an LAP doesn't mean you have to. And we've been there before, and it never ends well.
Thank you. I've been in two minds about this proposal since it was first put forward last year, but I commend Anna and those who are leading the charge for trying to respond appropriately to the concerns we hear regularly from police, medical personnel, and others who are often left to deal with the consequence of alcohol abuse in our city. Most of us can ignore that. They cannot. As you'll have gathered from my question a moment ago to Corey, I would prefer to study examples of LAPs from comparable territorial authorities such as the large metros and adopt whatever is working from those rather than spending a lot of time and resources on developing something that may or may not be effective here. In particular, I would not want an LAP to cause an unbalanced restraint on trade, which I think we saw recently with the DLC's decision relating to the FIFO supermarket in Norton. It's put that new supermarket, which was desperately needed, at an unfair competitive disadvantage with other liquor outlets. I don't believe the decision will have an impact on reducing alcohol-related harm in West Hamilton, and I hope it doesn't contribute to the new supermarket ceasing to trade. I appreciate why Councillor Ewan feels he shouldn't contribute to today's discussion, but I also know that he has useful knowledge and experience in this area, so I hope there'll be an appropriate time for him to share that with us all. But, and I am seconding this motion, I think we should periodically explore whether there is something useful that we can do as a council to help reduce the incidence of alcohol-related harm in our communities. We know that excessive and dangerous alcohol consumption fuels most of the domestic violence, or at least much of it, in Hamilton and elsewhere. We hear regular and disturbing reports of unacceptable attacks on first responders at accident scenes and on hospital staff who are trying to render assistance to victims of accidents and violence. That is unacceptable, and we should not turn a blind eye to it. Our first responders and medical personnel are already stretched and working under very difficult conditions. If there is something we can do to make their work less difficult, we should be willing to try to do that.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I don't disagree that liquor stores in suburbs with their roller doors targeting low decile areas should be allowed to just pop up. Dinsdale has 3 liquor stores and quite frankly it's yuck. I get that. But trying to reduce alcohol harm is a worthy goal, but I see it's being done successfully. In the most recent media story, a supermarket in Norton was declined their on licence, and that's a supermarket. That's not just a random liquor store with their roller stores. So I see that the action of the District Licensing Committee is working. And then, of course, there's ALA, who hears appeals and manages that process, and it seems to me that they are doing their job as well. What we have now is working, but this is a national problem that needs a national effort. We can't solve it as a city. No city in the world has been able to solve this problem. And I know it is a problem, but don't kid yourself that as soon as this council indicates that we are starting to look at reducing access to a bottle of wine with dinner from your local supermarket, that those supermarkets will not come at us. They will come at us with a hell of a lot more money than we will be willing to spend. And then we will be in the same position as we were with the original LAP. I'm the most experienced person, with this going to sound terrible, with alcohol in this chamber. And I'm not a drinker. I had on-licensed premises for 15 years. So I know that the experience of the 3 a.m. out on the streets, and I know that's difficult for the cops. But on licences are separate from off licences. On licences you are in a controlled environment. Off licences you aren't. So look, I'm not going to support this. I can't support this. If you keep doing the same thing, you're just going to carry on getting what we've got and what we've had. And I think the District Licensing Committee and the evidence that is being produced is that they are doing. But at the end of the day, this is a national problem, and it needs to be targeted by central government. It's a health issue.
Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. I have to admit I'm not as experienced in alcohol licensing as some people who have been here for a long time or some people who engage in the process regularly. But the thing that has helped explain this to me was talking about the process, because I see my colleagues and I see communities who do object to particular liquor stores in particular environments or conditions or places, and thinking about the ability to streamline a process. So we can collectively say, insert policy here. We know that this policy will strategically address alcohol harm in our communities, and we can apply it across the board. We don't have to have members of our community or members of this council continuously going to object to these. Everybody knows going into it that that's the new rule. And I think that really provides certainty for businesses, it provides certainty for the community, and it also gives our community time back. We've all agreed that this is not acceptable or not what we do. We can give those communities who are fighting against alcohol harm that time back. And I really respect that. We still have the opportunity to learn from the previous process and tailor this to the best information we have today in 2025. And I think when you're asking the question, like, what issue does this solve? That's for us to determine through the process, because the issue is alcohol harm in our communities, which is real and tangible. But how we solve that is through going through this process to set that consistency and to set what we think is acceptable for our communities and what's not.
Yeah, I think Louise and Tim have captured a lot of what I wanted to say. So I've been quite active in this space as a submitter against a few of the applications in probably the last 12 months. The problem that I've been trying to solve has been around consistency around the suitability of applicants. That's one. I think having a policy that directs how alcohol outlets off licence want to establish themselves are not overburdening one suburb over another. I think we have we'll have an epidemic of roller door shops opening up left, right and centre if we don't future-proof that now. I think we're seeing a lot of vape stores, for example, as an example of that. I'm sure that conversation is yet to come. I support this wholeheartedly. The cost to address alcohol harm is approximately 10 billion, just under $10 billion. That cost to our city in a number of different ways is quite significant also, as we heard from the Sergeant in a briefing last year. I think this is a prudent step for us to take, and I think it's a very small investment to get the process underway.
Any further debate on this one? Right of reply.
I guess just to reiterate, what we do have in Hamilton and Aotearoa is not working because the levels of alcohol-related harm aren't reducing significantly, and we need to do more. And a local alcohol policy offers us that opportunity. The Auckland experience is going well. There's been no issues reported to the council up there in conversation with them. So we know that reducing alcohol availability and consumption reduces alcohol-related harm. And it's not just about the critical incidences that end up in ED, it's also about, as our doctor reminded us this morning, it is also about the long-term consequences of alcohol consumption in all of our lives. I also don't believe this is a lot of money to look into this issue, to work with our partners, with mana whenua, with iwi, with our health and police, to determine what it is that we could do more of to reduce alcohol-related harm in Kirikiriroa. So I thank everybody for their debate, and I do know that people have been through this process before and it's a challenging one, but we need to be up for that challenge because we need to make sure that people have good lives in our city and aren't impacted as much by alcohol-related harm.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried. 8 for, 4 against.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We now move. Yep, good.
Against.
Yeah.
4 against, sorry.
So we now, I'll move that we move into public excluded, isn't it right?
Yes, please.
Public excluded, and we have a chance to change our agendas over.
Thank you.
Huh?
So can I just say one thing, just following on that?
Yes.
We've just been, I just want to close the loop on what that all means for the projected rates rises and so on. So because all of the things that were voted through, they're either things that are covered in existing funding, or they're year 2 only with no impact in year 3, or they're negligible. For a combination of those reasons, we believe we can deliver the, with a 15.5 rates increase as set out in the long-term plan, we can deliver all of those measures in the annual plan, and still deliver the balanced budget in year 3 as projected, with the caveat set out in the report. Obviously, there's an element of uncertainty at this stage, i.e. we don't need to make any changes as a result of those change requests that you've just voted through. So I just wanted to clarify that.